Okay. Dear colleagues, my name is Daniel Josic. It is a pleasure and an honor for me as representative of Switzerland to chair today the Assembly. Chers délégués, c'est un plaisir et un honneur.
Dear delegates, it's a pleasure and an honor to preside this assembly in the name of for Switzerland, a multicultural, multilingual country.
Colleagues, it's a pleasure and an honor to preside over this General Assembly on behalf of Switzerland, a multicultural, multilingual country.
With Norway. Norway is ready. Please, you have the floor. Next speaker, próximo, is España.
Next speaker is Spain.
Mr. President, dear parliamentary colleagues from all over the world, it is a great honor for me to meet you and have the opportunity to speak to this audience. I am representing Norway for the first time in the IPU delegation, and it's very inspiring to listen to you all. My concern is climate change and on the ongoing loss of biodiversity. It is our responsibility to work together to find solutions to climate change that everyone can go for. No one left behind, because we only have one common atmosphere and one common ocean. Being a grandmother is one of my greatest pleasures in life. But every day I think about my 10-year-old grandson, about his future, and that of millions of other children. How can we, members of our country's parliaments, take action to make a difference? The COVID-19 pandemic makes it even more vital. A just and fair distribution between countries and people are essential if we are to succeed in tackling climate change and its consequences. The burden must be shared according to the ability to carry the load. Cooperation, exchange of knowledge, and internationally solidarity are fundamental for creating the trust and confidence needed to reach the sustainable development goals and fulfill the Paris Agreement, which Norway also has adopted. I come from a country that, together with Canada and Indonesia, has one of the world's longest coastlines. Norway has extensive ocean areas, 6 times greater than our land area. So it's not hard to see why we are so concerned about the health of the ocean and its ecosystems. Ecosystems that are indispensable for our survival. Marine photosynthesis supplies 50% of the oxygen in the atmosphere. That is, half the oxygen you breathe comes from marine photosynthesizers, like phytoplankton and seaweed. The ocean also plays a crucial role in carbon storage, as it holds 50 times more carbon dioxide than the atmosphere. A small change in the fluxes to the ocean carbon pool could affect the ocean storage capacity and in turn impact on atmospheric CO2 levels. Therefore, plastic pollution is one of the world's most rapidly growing environmental issues. Over the course of the next 20 years, the increase in plastic waste is forecast to double. Plastic leakage into the sea is expected to triple. and the total volume of plastic in the oceans may increase fourfold. So it is of the utmost importance that we stop the pollution of our oceans now, before it's too late. But let me conclude with some good news. At the 5th UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi in March this year, following 10 days of negotiations, world leaders agreed to work on an internationally, legally binding instrument to end the plastic pollution. The world now agrees to draw up an agreement to promote a circular economy of plastic with additional positive effects on climate, biodiversity, and pollution. A circular economy for plastic will create opportunities for green jobs and sustainable business. Finally, I would like to thank our Indonesian hosts for the excellent cooperation between our two countries, serving on the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. Because the health of the ocean is fundamental to our survival on this blue planet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Norway. Próximo país es España.
The next speaker is Spain, please. Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, querido presidente. Muchas
Dear President, many thanks. Dear colleagues, for me, it's a real pleasure to speak on behalf of Spain and also to be able to tell you about our commitment to the important topic of climate change. This is something that we've been working on for a long time already in our country. As you'll have seen at the last summit that we had in Madrid. But the work that we've been doing in Spain, in my country, has been consolidating a line of work that has also been going on within the European Union. Now, climate change for the EU is an important aspect, but we have to recognise that more than 60 countries in the world are also working on the issue of climate change. They've got laws, and in May of last year, 2021, in my country, in Spain, we passed a new climate change law and energy transition. Because, of course, there are limits to legislative frameworks in different fields. I'm talking about the Council of Ministers, the European Parliament, and in Spain, we want to have a legislative model in the Spanish Parliament, and so we're going to be continuously revising our goals. For us, this is a basic commitment. We have to remember that in our country, since 2008, our MPs formed a commission which was very committed within the Spanish government. And this was a study group and which was very important for our country. Because when we're talking about climate change and when we're talking about energy transition and our commitment to guaranteeing the availability of natural resources not only for our countries but also across the whole world, we need to do some teaching, really, awareness raising. We need to be constantly thinking not only about the commitment that we have here and now, but about the commitment that we will have moving forward And so we, citizen representatives in parliaments, we are working, as we do almost every day, for the common good of our people. But of course, we also need to think about the common good of our planet, the future of our children, the future of our grandchildren. And we need to do that today. We simply cannot wait until tomorrow. Of course, we have to put this in context. These are commitments within our laws that we need to be able to comply with. And those laws need to include a respect for the environment. Spain is a country at the south of Europe which has a huge amount of natural resources. And we're trying to build on new energy models. We are a European country that has one of the most hours of sun. And so for us, we want to be able to use that. It's essential that we do use that. And that is an energy model where we're using natural resources and also different consumption models. And I think that we need to think about being autonomous when it comes to our consumption. And we need to think also about the current context. For many years now, we've heard people in my country saying that conflicts in the world over the next decades will have an impact on economic growth and consumption, on our energy space as well, and also on social and economic growth, and also, for example, on consumption and things as basic as water. Now, all of this work that we've been doing also within the United Nations needs to be a common goal. A vision that we simply cannot avoid. And so in my country, we're going to continue working in this direction. And we want to work to ensure that the citizen voice, through Parliament, through the Senate, through the different houses of Parliament that we have in Spain, are sort of working in harmony with the European Union, with the Paris Accords. This is a commitment, and in fact, a responsibility that we need to comply with across the world. Today, when we're suffering the horror of war, not understanding where the limits of human consciousness are, we need to raise our voices and to say that the work of politicians, the work of our parliaments, needs to go much beyond our own borders. We need to think globally, and we need to think with our hearts as well, because we need to think about the future, as I said previously, the future of our children and grandchildren. We need to think of them, and all of us need to work for that. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be working on these commitments with all of you. Thank you.
Gracias, España. Next speaker, Portugal, por favor, and afterwards, Belarus.
Mr. President, Sr. Presidente da Assembleia,
Chairman of the Assembly, dear Chairman of IPU, Eduardo Pacheco, it's a great honor for us to be here today and how you represent our country. Secretary General of IPU, dear colleagues, dear members of Parliament. The alarm bells have been ringing for some time. It's a challenge of great difficulty for humankind. Human action has brought consequences in climate change, and the impact is already being felt, and we know that in the future this will have dramatic consequences. We live in an emergency state in terms of the climate, so we have to promote changes to adapt. We have to change behavior, social changes, economic changes in order to control and limit global warming. Dear colleagues, dear MPs, it's not a subjective issue, it's facts. The reality is so alarming that the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, described this as a red warning for humankind. Portugal and several other countries who are represented here today are exposed to the impact of climate change. And because of that, in the last 20 years, the Portuguese Parliament and the different Portuguese governments have placed climate action at the top of our agenda, with significant developments in our public policies at this level. So, dear colleagues, dear members of Parliament of all the world, this is a challenge which we can't win alone. Like in everything at IPU, we are stronger together, working together. And like some parliaments inspired us in the past in preparing the recent legislation about climate, we also believe that IPU can and should be a platform of cooperation, support and strengthening parliamentary action with best practices being shared and initiatives between the different countries. This cooperation is essential to achieve collectively the objectives of carbon neutrality. The world is a village. It's our home. It's our safe haven. We are all responsible for taking care of the planet. All of us are responsible for passing on to future generations the same planet that we received. I can tell you that the Portuguese delegation and the Portuguese Parliament, which we represent, are committed to this end. The current panorama foresees irreparable damage in the near future, so we have to strengthen measures to change the course towards carbon neutrality. Our parliaments are, as a result, essential to make governments of the world to act, face these challenges, and include all that can be agents for change: citizens, companies, NGOs, and the private sector, so that together we can act towards our objectives. IPU has a mission which is dovetailed to democratic values, sovereignty of nations and people and development. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, the destruction, the fear which it has caused, is a denial of everything that we defend as parliamentarians elected by free citizens and who build fair, modern and solidarity societies. So I can't finish without stating that we strongly condemn the intolerable war which Putin brought to our current times, and also condemn the shame of Mr. Kozachev spoke here yesterday through the video which was shown. The war in Ukraine is not a military conflict. The destruction which we have witnessed is not a special military operation or humanitarian operation, as was insinuated here. And deaths in Ukraine are not a way of helping the people of Ukraine. More than the solidarity with the people and the institutions of Ukraine, we have to have the ability of restating the values which we defend. We have to be able to strengthen our capacity of intervention and our freedom of action. And here, the climate change challenge has a role to play. Depending on Russian oil and gas is a weakness of Europe and many of the countries that we represent, and is used as a conditioning factor and a weapon against our freedom of action and freedom of intervention. So we need the courage to speed up transition to renewable energies and make changes in how we move, how we consume and how we live. to increase the efficiency of our networks and interconnection between our networks. Portugal has natural resources which are unique in the world. We have the best sun, the best wind, the best sea, the best river, forests, biodiversity. It's possible to reduce our energy dependence and use more renewable energies and be an example to the rest of the world. In fact, in Portugal, the consumption of energy, renewable energy, is more than energy produced by carbon fuels and represents 61% of the consumption of electricity in our country. The way towards climate neutrality is also the way to peace, to democratic values, and to sustainable development. It's the road which prevents large fossil fuel producers can place their political agenda through weapons and by manipulating energy markets. It's the way that we want to build. It's the roadmap to a better future, more sustainable, with more freedom and a happier world. Thank you.
Thank you, Portugal. Next speaker, Belarus, please, followed by Syrian Arab Republic.
Distinguished Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I would like to express deep gratitude to Indonesia for excellent organization of the IPU Assembly. As part of the issue under consideration at the Assembly, I would like to refer to the subject of the security crisis in the Eastern European region in the context of the situation in Ukraine. For us, it was a big surprise that one IPU member tried to introduce an emergency issue on Belarus with regard to Ukraine. I would like to underscore that Belarus does not participate in the military operation in Ukraine. We Belarusians, like nobody else, share the pain of suffering people, and we mourn because we learned the sense of solidarity with those who are in trouble. During the Second World War, Belarus lost 3 million people. 3 million people were killed. We consider it as genocide of the Belarusian people. That is why Belarus has always pursued and is pursuing a peaceful foreign policy. Our country is an active participant of international projects and a donor of security in the region. 8 years ago, with the direct participation of the President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, work of the Normandy Contact Group, which is a format for conflict resolution in Ukraine, was organized. The longest meeting of the leaders of Germany, France, Russia, and Ukraine took place in the Palace of Independence in Minsk. In the negotiation, which lasted 17 hours, a set of measures was adopted to implement the Minsk agreements. Thanks to this, then it was possible to stop the bloodshed in the east of Ukraine. And now, the head of the Belarusian state personally initiated contacts between Ukraine and Russia to hold talks in Belarus and to resolve the situation after Russia had launched a special military operation in Ukraine. 3 rounds of negotiations took place in Gomel and in the Brest region. The Belarusian side provided all the conditions for conduct of negotiations, from security issues to transport logistics, and it was not really very easy to do. The organization of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia corresponds to the unifying and peaceful initiatives that the Republic of Belarus has been promoting lately. The President of Belarus put forward a proposal on the need to launch the Global Dialogue on Security Helsinki II. In order to promote this proposal, a number of high-level events were held in Minsk in 2018-2019 under the auspices of the UN and OSCE. The initiative is a possible way to ease geopolitical tensions and establish more constructive international relations. In the context of countering terrorism in cyberspace, the head of our state came up with an offer to form a belt of digital good neighborliness by signing agreements on international information security. At various high-level events, we have repeatedly called to respond to these proposals and take measures to build confidence in the political and military spheres to stop the escalation. Regarding the issue of climate change, Belarus is firmly committed to the transition to a low-carbon, sustainable economy, to halt global warming and mitigate climate change for the sake of present and future generations' prosperity. Belarus was one of the first European countries and the 30th in the world who ratified the Paris Agreement and started to implement it. Belarus is committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 35% by 2030, compared to 1990 within our own resources. To fulfill such obligations, a national action plan has been approved to implement the provisions of the Paris Agreement, which contains both legislative and practical measures. A solid legislative base has been formed on climate change issues at the national level. Thus, there are strategic planning documents in the field of environmental protection, the development of the geological industry, and the development of the mineral resources base, laws on atmospheric air protection, on renewable energy sources, on power management, and other legal acts have been adopted. In Belarus, renewable energy and electric transport are being developed. Energy-efficient buildings are being put up. Low-carbon and energy-efficient technologies are being introduced. Also, great attention is paid to preservation of natural wealth like forests, swamps, and lakes. Belarusian parliamentarians support strengthening cooperation with international and regional organizations, foreign countries, private and public sectors, scientific and educational institutions at all levels in all areas of climate change response, and are ready to share their best practices in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Belarus. The floor is now for Syrian Arab Republic, et l'Algérie se prépare, s'il vous plaît.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. President of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, we would like to express our thanks and appreciation for the invitation to the Syrian people to participate in the 144th, and Mr. Hamouda Sabah salutes you all the way from Syria. We are honored to participate in this assembly. We would also like to extend our thanks to the Republic of Indonesia for their warm welcome and their excellent organization. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change might be an urgent issue. We should develop policies and laws that protect the environment and meet the needs of citizens. However, before talking about that, I would like to talk about what my country and people have been going through for 11 years. It has been witnessing all kinds of attacks. First of all, military aggression by the USA and the separatists. They are directly occupying Syrian territories, and it's an illegal occupation. There are also Takfir organizations supported by Turkey. They are occupying our territories. They are damaging our environment, our natural resources, and depriving citizens from water resources. Let us not forget the repeated Israeli aggressions on Syrian territory. This is a violation to the sovereignty of our state and a violation to the UN Charter and international law. Second, the entrance of terrorists have been facilitated to Syria through Turkey. They have been provided with weapons and they committed crimes. They killed citizens and they stole wheat, oil and other resources. Second, hospitals, infrastructure, electricity grids, schools, universities have been destroyed. Heritage buildings have also been stolen. This has been happening with the support of some countries that claim to be supporting human rights. However, they are committing direct crimes using their proxies against our people and our country. In addition to all this, some countries are also doing unilateral actions. They are also imposing an economic embargo, depriving the Syrian people from main resources, treatments, food and water, and all the needs of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, Syria is fighting terrorism that is coming at it from all around the world. Syria is being helped, of course, by some allies and friends that have been standing by us in our military and economic war. We also stand with our government and military in order to combat terrorism and put an end to all kinds of occupation. We look forward to a better future. We want to reconciliate with others. The solution should be a national solution without any foreign interference in order for us to remain independent and a sovereign state due to all the crises that we are going through. Including COVID-19 and the war. However, we always seek to rely on renewable energy sources, on solar energy, and we enact legislations that protect individuals and the environment. We also provide subsidized loans. Of course, the government is helping to provide these loans in order for us to use sustainable energy sources. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
The floor is now to Algeria. Next speaker, Rwanda.
President of the IPU, head of the Indonesian Parliament, heads of parliaments and delegations, Secretary General of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a very beautiful land that has very special relations with Algeria. In difficult circumstances, it is hosting the 144th IPU Assembly. First and foremost, we would like to extend our thanks and appreciation to the Indonesian Parliament for their warm welcome and excellent organization. We would also like to praise the efforts of the IPU as they are preserving this organization. Allow me as well to convey myself to the President the salutations of Mr. Ibrahim Bughali, who couldn't attend at the last minute because of other preoccupations. Mr. President, unfortunately, we are holding this assembly in a very disturbed world. The pandemic has pushed a lot of immediate issues to the back of our political agenda. The UN Conference of Parties, the COP26, has been held in order for us to pay attention to this important issue that is a very complicated global challenge. The challenges imposed by climate change forced a lot of governments and states to reach a common goal: the importance of developing strategies to adapt to climate change. However, despite all the efforts, and 7 years after the adoption of the Paris Agreement, we are still witnessing a global environmental deterioration which poses a risk to humans and the environment. The world is not well equipped to deal with the deteriorating impacts of climate change, and experience has showed that we need more planning in order to be able to face this big challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet here today, and this shows that as parliamentarians we feel responsible to solve the climate crisis. Undoubtedly, this responsibility is based on our understanding of the importance of the issue. Therefore, we are enacting legislations and laws in order to solve this problem. This parliamentary role is not easy. Legislators are finding it difficult to adapt to climate change. First of all, climate change is a real challenge to sustainable development because it is related to a lot of sectors: energy, health, education, water security. All these sectors will be mostly impacted by this phenomenon. Therefore, we need an integrated policy that aims at achieving sustainable and comprehensive development. The second challenge faced by legislators is combining new climate change adaptation laws in the texts of the laws. The texts are not accurate enough because we cannot expect the dimensions and the future of this challenge despite all the scientific discoveries. Third, climate change has geopolitical consequences. These consequences pose a big challenge, and this could lead to future challenges facing legislators. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change effects are mostly affecting developing countries. They are the most affected. These countries have a very big financial burden. This is causing an economic imbalance in addition to the environmental imbalance, which is represented by wildfires, floods, droughts, and other disasters. Algeria believes that it is important to deal with the climate crisis in an equitable manner. My country exerted a lot of efforts in order to reduce the impact of climate change. We ratified the Paris Agreement, and then we ratified all the conventions and agreements related to the environment. And today, the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, has placed environment as a priority. He also prioritized sustainable development and the importance of preserving natural resources for future generations. In this regard, my country formed an energy transition ministry. It also formed a national committee that includes 18 ministerial sectors. Their mission is to identify the environmental crisis and an environment plan that includes 155 projects, 16 of which are related to reducing greenhouse gases, and 16 projects to improve climate governance. When it comes to the Paris Agreement, Algeria calls on the international community to exert all efforts to mitigate climate change. First of all, by acknowledging the special conditions in Africa. I need 30 seconds. Recognizing the difficult conditions in Africa and developing countries. This continent has been the mostly affected by climate change. Advanced states should have a pioneering role because they have a historic responsibility. They should take more ambitious steps and provide technological and financial support to their partners. Because countries have different capabilities and advanced countries should heed to the needs of developing countries. These were the main points that I wanted to talk about. I am aware that our realistic and honest discussion today will be a new start that would prioritize environmental actions within parliaments. Thank you.
Rwanda, the floor is yours. Next speaker, Malaysia.
Honorable Chair of this session, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, I would like, first of all, to thank the Parliament of Indonesia for the successful organization of this assembly, and I extend my deepest appreciation to the people of Indonesia for their great hospitality. Let me use this opportunity to thank also the leadership of IPU for choosing Getting to Zero, Mobilizing Parliaments to Act on Climate Change as the theme of this assembly. It is obvious that sustainable development and the welfare of the world population is only achievable if environment is protected and climate change is addressed appropriately. Excellencies, Rwanda is committed to be a country that has a clean and healthy environment with resilience to climate variability in order to support a high quality of life for the citizen. For this purpose, in 2003, the National Environment and Climate Change Policy was adopted and revised in 2019. Rwanda also took a strategic decision to opt for a green growth approach to sustainable development. Thus, a green growth and climate resilience strategy was adopted in 2011, currently under revision to align with the country's Vision 2050. On international level, United Nations Environment Assembly 5 currently adopted a resolution drafted by Rwanda and Peru to begin the process of creating an international legally binding agreement to end plastic pollution. Excellencies, the Parliament of Rwanda has raised its interest in ensuring that government puts in place and implements appropriate legislations and strategies to address climate change. Among pillars of the Rwanda's vision regarding green growth and climate resilience, institutional arrangement and law establishment are key. The Parliament ensured the enacting of different laws on environment, climate change, as well as the ratification of international treaties on environment and climate change, including the Paris Agreement. Among the adopted laws are the law governing the preservation of air quality and the prevention of air pollution in Rwanda, law relating to the prohibition of manufacturing, importation, use, and sale of plastic, carry bags, and single-use plastic items, to name just a few. Using its oversight role, the Parliament of Rwanda conducts activities to assess the government on the implementation of the National Environment and Climate Change Policy and acts for its effectiveness. In addition, a robust institutional framework was put in place to address all matters related to environment and climate change. A national fund for environment, a green fund, was established to ensure financing of projects providing solutions to environmental and climate change problems. Rwanda is one of the pioneer countries for the Task Force on Access to Climate Finance. With current challenges related to COVID-19 pandemic, it is evident that we are urged to stick to principles of green growth and sustainable use of resources in the country's development agenda, and the role of parliaments is crucial. I'm convinced that Parliament's efforts to support government to combat climate change will generate considerable results towards building prosperity on a safe planet for resilient people. Let's have takeaways that will feed in ongoing actions towards successful implementation of COP26 recommendations and appropriate preparations of future climate negotiations to ensure we shift focus from talks to action where it matters most. In conclusion, while Rwanda looks forward to welcoming you all in Kigali in October 2022 for the 145th IPU Assembly, stay safe and healthy. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Rwanda. The floor is now to Malaysia, followed by Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, His Excellency Honorable Chairperson of this session, Excellency Speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me, Mamun bin Sulaiman, Member of Parliament for Kalabakan Sabah, to represent Malaysia and be part of this session. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia Parliament actively attended international conferences and debates. Nonetheless, the collaboration should not just bind and the declaration and resolution on the paper. It should continuously improve with more value action based on mutual understanding to protect our environment. Such engagement will bring two or more organizations together to share expertise, including parliamentary strengthening in discussing and debating climate change during a parliamentary sitting. Furthermore, we need to engage in productive discussion, share legislative experience, and work towards constructive approaches to achieving mutual consensus in reducing greenhouse gas emission among neighboring countries. The parliamentary oversight function is vital to ensure democracy. The demands and complexities of oversight and budget on climate change come with significant challenges, such as urgent need for bigger budgets and increased implementation capacities. On 17 October 2019, Malaysia Parliament has initiated All-Party Parliamentary Group, or APPGM, to undertake an active role in localizing sustainable development goals at the parliamentary constituency level. Currently, 30 members of Parliament have already joined APPGM to localize further and encourage their constitution sustainable development goal effort. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Malaysian government has executed strict lockdown measures. As a result, CO2 emission for the world and Malaysia decreased significantly by 4.02% and 9.7% in 2020. Working from home also have an immediate impact on reducing emission and saving energy. Apart from that, the government actively pursues My Digital, a national initiative that symbolizes the government aspiration to transform Malaysia into a digitally driven and high-income nation. Digitalization will naturally and positively impact the environment that uses less paper. Malaysia collaborates within sharing knowledge with other countries to add value to our society and encourage the government to explore more opportunities for green transition. At this time, Malaysia and Japan are exploring new areas in the Look East policy, including disaster risk management, carbon neutral development, health and aging, digitalization, and aerospace technology. We are proud to say that our government is extremely concerned about climate change, climate action. Thus, the commitment to sustainability sits high on the national agenda. The 12th Malaysia Plan has included environment, advancing green growth for sustainability and resilience, enhancing energy sustainability, and transforming the water sector. In addition, we are highly committed to our target by focusing on the country's aspiration to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emission as early as 2050, in which the achievement is subject to findings of the long-term low-emission development strategy, which will be finalized by the end of 2020 by our Ministry of Environment and Water. The low-emission pathway approach is one of the country's strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emission in the long run. Strategic planning and action plan to attain the low-emission pathway require commitment, involvement and cooperation from the ministry and government agency responsible for the key sectors of the country's greenhouse gas emission. Furthermore, we can encourage our society to adhere to the action plan and make it possible. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in order to support greener practice and operations, the Malaysian Parliament has developed online documentation system to reduce paper printing and paper consumption. Moreover, our new Member of Parliament's building was built with a rain harvesting system for the irrigation system. The building also utilized solar panels to produce not more than 60 kilowatts for power supply to supply about 3,000 LED bulbs with 20 watts each. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, 6th assessment report of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, has stated that ASEAN countries could experience an increase of drought condition from 5 to 20% by the end of this century. If the world warms more than 40 degrees Celsius by 2100, this will cause negative consequences such as reduced food production, higher food price, climatically stressful conditions for outdoor workers. As a member of Parliament, we are aware that the people most at risk at climate change are the poor people who depend on natural resources for their livelihood. It is essential to pay attention to the vulnerable people of our constituency by providing and assisting their needs. We have the capacity to point our environmental impacts and related issues in the Parliament and scrutinize the government action plan towards adaptation and mitigation measures on climate change and their rights. In December 2020, the APPGM on Sustainable Development Goals has completed a pilot project of localizing SDGs in 10 parliamentary constituencies in 7 states in Malaysia, with a theme of leaving no one behind. On 14 September 2020, the effort to localize SDG continued to
your time is over.
In selected 30 parliamentary constituencies across Malaysia. Therefore, the most at-risk members of the population, including women, youth, and other represented groups in society, are addressed as part of the climate action. To conclude, the Member of Parliament needs to encourage the vulnerable people in the constituency to come forward and assist them by providing free consultation and support mechanism. At the same time, the private sector and NGOs also need to support the implementation of the low emission pathway to achieve the set targets in line with the whole nation approach in addressing climate change issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. Pakistan, the floor is yours, followed by New Zealand.
President of the Assembly, Secretary of the Assembly, honorable speakers and presiding officers from across the world, honorable parliamentarians, dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of the Parliament and people of Pakistan, I'd like to express utmost gratitude to Honorable Ms. Puan Maharani, Speaker of the People's Representative Council, Indonesia, and the people of Indonesia for a very warm welcome and hospitality and for organizing such a lovely event. Indonesia, you have won our hearts. I would also like to thank Excellency Mr. Duarte Pacheco, the President, and Mr. Martin, Secretary General of Inter-Parliamentary Union, for convening the Assembly. On climate change, as they say, we are a day late and a dollar short. Climate change is the most significant challenge to achieving sustainable development, and it threatens to drag millions of people into abject poverty. On one hand, climate change influences key natural and human living conditions, and consequently the basis of social and economic development, while on the other hand, society's priorities on sustainable development influence both the carbon emissions that are causing climate change and the vulnerability. Climate change policies can be more effective when they consist of broader strategies designed to make national and regional development paths more sustainable. We have to act globally, and we have to develop partnerships and take it as a collective responsibility. A certain nation, no matter how large, how resourceful, on its own cannot achieve the goals that we need to achieve, and very rapidly when it comes to climate change. Here, the role of special interest groups, advocacy groups, or pressure groups, and any association of individuals or organizations that, on the basis of one or more shared concerns, attempts to influence public policy in its favor. As such, interest groups share a desire to effective government policy to benefit themselves. Therefore, there is need for constructive public debates, such as this one, and prior discussions and consultations with parliamentarians on policies and lack of implementation, and international agreements, negotiations, and country positioning on various topical issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has been ranked as the 5th most vulnerable country to climate change during the past 20 years. According to the Global Climate Risk Index, Pakistan lost 9,989 lives, suffered economic losses worth $3.8 billion, and witnessed 152 extreme weather events from 1999 to 2018, which indicates an increase in climate-related vulnerabilities. Government of Pakistan, as a party to the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, has performed its role to support the global efforts in combating climate change. Dear honorable friends, the Prime Minister of Pakistan has recently approved the National Climate Change Policy 2021 and the National Wildlife Policy 2021 to better deal with environmental issues. The Prime Minister also directed establishment of a think tank to coordinate efforts between various ministries and to devise out-of-the-box solutions for climate change mitigation. It is pertinent to note that the vision behind climate change strategies is to consult various organized groups to devise a sustainable policy. Excellencies, during COP26, Pakistan was elected as a member of the 6 non-Annex 1 members Bureau, Standing Committee on Finance, Adaptation Fund Board, and Consultative Group of Experts, Paris Agreement Compliance Committee, Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss Damage Adaptation Committee, and Technology Executive Committee. Pakistan will be chairing the G77 plus China group and the Asia Pacific group next year. Government of Pakistan takes ownership and pride in submitting an updated and well appreciated nationally determined contributions, which is inclusive and represents national consensus to accelerating the transition towards a climate resilient economy. The current submission showcases GOP's, Government of Pakistan's, progress in climate action that ranges from policy and programs on nature-based solutions to technology-based interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan recognizes the role of nature in climate change adaptation and mitigation and has developed robust natural capital restoration efforts, including the award-winning 10 billion tree tsunami program, protected area initiative, Recharge Pakistan, to name a few. These programs have also served as a way to enhance livelihood opportunities for the most vulnerable, including women and youth. In addition, Pakistan has introduced a number of policy actions focused on mitigating greenhouse gas emissions from high-emission sectors like energy and industry. Pakistan intends to set a cumulative, ambitious, conditional target of overall 50% reduction of its projected emissions by 2030, with 15% from the country's own resources and 35% subject to international cooperation that would require US dollars 101 billion just for energy transition. To reach the target, Pakistan aims to shift 60% of renewable energy and 30% of electric vehicles by 2030 and completely ban imported coal. Pakistan requires to strengthen its scientific and technological...
Your time is over.
Well, in the end, I think climate change is the single most serious threat, not only to the globe, but to all of us. And I think there's no reason why we should not think collectively and take it as a principle of policy to leave everything aside and agree to work in the name of the humanity to ensure that climate change does not affect us as it already has. I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pakistan. New Zealand, the floor is yours. Next speaker, Denmark.
Mr. President, dear friends, to our hosts, the Republic of Indonesia, greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. May I commence my contribution by thanking you all, dear friends, for the respectful and considered debate on the important emergency item sponsored by New Zealand. We appreciated that. Dear friends, New Zealand is a small nation that takes its climate responsibilities seriously, as we do the commitments we made at Paris. In 2019, our Parliament passed zero carbon legislation without dissent in our Parliament. That was very significant. And I am addressing you today as an opposition member of our Parliament, but happy to do so in the spirit of bipartisanship and climate action. For us in New Zealand, a bipartisan approach to climate action and the pathway to net zero by 2050 is important. It's important because it sends a message to citizens, communities, businesses, and the world that no matter the outcome of elections in New Zealand, the direction of our climate policy is set. Certainty is important so that long-term decision-making can be done with confidence, so that businesses, individuals and others will have the confidence to invest effort, energy and capital into meaningful emission reduction initiatives and adaptation programs. And they can do so safe in the knowledge that the policy direction will not change even if governments do. Our legislation set up an independent climate commission. Our legislative model has been based largely on that which has been so successful for the United Kingdom. The Climate Commission's role is to advise the government of the day on reduction budgets, emission reduction policies and adaptation programs. But although the direction of travel in New Zealand is set, we still, as politicians and participants in our democracy, have a right and an obligation to discuss, debate and critique the specifics of the various options the government of the day is proposing. We reserve the right to debate detail, as is right and proper in a functioning democracy. Our Climate Commission delivered its final advice report to our Climate Minister last year, and the main recommendations were that we needed to quicken the pace of reduction action. And they said New Zealand will not meet our targets without strong, decisive action to drive new technology and behavioural change. They also advised that our focus for decarbonising our economy must be on emissions reductions at source rather than merely relying on forest sequestration. And they've told our government that an emissions trading scheme alone will not be sufficient. Under our legislation, government must prepare an economy-wide emission reductions plan, and the first such plan will be released in May of this year. New Zealand is relatively fortunate to already have high levels of renewable electricity generation. It's currently in the high 80% and sometimes gets into the low 90% levels of renewable electricity. But our government plans to increase renewable generation even further, and we will need that as we move our economy from one that is fuelled by molecules to one that is now going to be fuelled by electrons. Our mission, however, will not be without significant challenge. New Zealand produces food and primary products exported to a hungry world. Our agricultural emissions, particularly biogenic methane, will need reducing. But we must do so without merely reducing production from our already very environmentally friendly and low-emission farmers. The answer, dear friends, lies in science, new technology, improved practices, and a relentless desire to improve. Because if a little nation at the bottom of the South Pacific can solve the issues relating to biogenic methane, then we will not only be doing New Zealand a great favour, but we will be able to transform that information and technological change to a world also seeking answers for the globe. There is no sense, delegates, in contributing to global emissions by way of carbon leakage from nations such as New Zealand if that production is just going to be occurring elsewhere on the globe in a less efficient way. Transport is another area for immediate focus. With our relatively clean electricity grid, we need to be doing more with electric vehicles. But right now, the price and range of vehicles available is limiting uptake. We know, however, that that will change in years to come. But as I said at the start, we are a small nation, and for the future of the world and generations to come, it's not just small nations like ours that must rise to the challenge that climate change confronts the world. And so, dear friends, in closing, I urge you, on behalf of nations such as ours, to do your utmost for the world and for future generations. Dear friends, thank you for your time and generosity.
Thank you to New Zealand, Denmark. The floor is yours. Next speaker, Equatorial Guinea.
Chairpersons, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address this assembly. We parliamentarians have a unique opportunity here to discuss the challenges and the solutions of our societies. The topic for this debate is truly a global challenge, and international solutions are required. If we look at the latest IPCC report, it makes it clear that we are facing frightening perspectives and severe consequences if we don't act immediately. I'm representing the Liberal Party, the largest party of the opposition in Denmark. Yet our IPU delegation from Denmark is representing none less than 4 different political parties. It's healthy for the democratic conversation when all perspectives are considered. We can make things happen when we are listening to each other and agree on common solutions. Dear colleagues, when we have something very valuable to lose, we have to dare fight for it too. We have to be committed, we have to be united, and we have to have the courage. And when I say those words, I cannot stop myself from saying, just like the Ukrainian people are doing right now, fighting for what they believe in. They should be an inspiration for us. Around the world, the climate crisis has united people with a common cause, and not least the young generation. In my home country, minority government is a typical form for government. The government cannot enact legislation without cooperation with other parties. Cooperation across the political spectrum is necessary when we need to find common, long-lasting solutions. The important agreement on green transition and our ambitious climate goals will remain in place even if or when the governmental power shifts. Nevertheless, the national goals and agreements are not enough on paper if we don't act on them. Dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians, we need to stand united. Because climate change and pollutant emissions does not respect borders. Therefore, moving the polluters out of our respective countries is not the answer to getting to zero and ensuring the climate action the planet so desperately needs from us right now. We have the possibility to create green transition without renouncing our quality of life. We need to create green, sustainable solutions. We need targets for reducing emissions and setting clear demands to our companies. And let me here be honest. Taking the next step in innovation will not be easy, but I'm confident. I know we can do it if we want. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that we are more able to adapt to a changing world than we ever thought was possible. Certainly our working life were changed and our social life were so restricted. The pandemic was tough and the sacrifice was tremendous to too many people. But did we learn from it? Yes, and that we must not forget. We invested resources and developed vaccines faster than ever before. We demonstrated that political will and leadership can make things happen. To evolve to a greener future, we must bear that willingness for innovation, progress, and cooperation in our minds. We did it during the pandemic. Why not now, to the benefit of the climate? We must invest in technologies and solutions and implement and further develop the ones we already have. In Denmark, in my country, we are ready for the next adventure of green growth. We have green technologies from Danish companies, wind turbines from Vestas, thermostats from Danfoss, and pumps from Grundfos. And we need to develop more. For instance, we now establishing a new so-called energy islands. And we believe this is the way to go. Some believe that green technology cannot exist in society with economic growth. I don't agree in that. In fact, we need economic growth in order to finance the green transition. Because we all have a legitimate need to consume in order to have the quality of the life we all seek, and to create good quality of life for everyone. Dear colleagues, parliamentarians, let's stand united to create our sustainable green future. We must fight barriers for climate change by providing the action and change demanded by especially the young generation. We need, and they deserve, a future without rising numbers of heat waves, rising sea levels, wildfires, and extreme weather. We need to, and they deserve, a future with clean energy, clean air, clean oceans, and green growth. We have a common responsibility here for the planet and for the future generations. Now, dear colleagues, now is time for action. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Denmark. Equatorial Guinea, the floor is yours, followed by Japan.
Señor Presidente.
President of the IPU, Presidents and members of delegations of parliaments that are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, allow me first of all to congratulate and express my gratitude to the Parliament and people of Indonesia and the IPU for the fantastic organisation of this 144th Assembly, as well as the welcome and care taken of my delegation since arriving in beautiful Nusa Dua in Indonesia. It's a pleasure to share with members of this august Assembly the thoughts and vision of our government around the title of this forum, which is Mobilising Parliaments to Act on Climate Change. These days, we cannot deny the increasing climate change is a global emergency that goes beyond national borders. Indeed, it's a problem that requires coordinated solutions at all levels and international cooperation in order to help countries progress towards low carbon emission economies, aiming to provide solutions to this damaging phenomenon that can cause, among other things, deforestation and the disappearance of ecosystems, the loss of marine and coastal resources, and the exhaustion of the planet's natural resources as a consequence of temperatures rising above global averages, as well as rising sea levels, reduced rainfall, and shifting seasons, as well as the burning of fossil fuels with their high carbon content. To achieve these goals, we certainly need an interinstitutional and inclusive coordination mechanism, along with concrete measures and actions, not only from governments, but also from other institutions and states that have signed up to climate change agreements. In particular, the Paris Agreement, which, after signing, turned into commitments, and then the subsequent signing of the International Treaty to do with the environment, which not only aims to substantially reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, but also to limit the global increase in temperatures within this century. When it comes to legislative power, parliaments can dynamically activate their legislative procedures to pass laws about climate change, aimed at encouraging the implementation of all commitments made by states in the agreements made in the various conferences of the parties. We also need to propose, revise and modify and approve laws that contribute to fighting climate change in order to implement the Paris Agreement. Like other countries, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea in particular is finding itself affected by the devastating effects of global climate change. Therefore, our foreign policy, designed by His Excellency, President of the Republic, Head of State and Government, to strengthen international cooperation with friendly countries and international organisations, has been aligned with the various COPs. And we have joined those conferences of the parties. We signed and ratified the 20 environmental conventions promoted by the United Nations, including the Kyoto Protocol on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, signed on the 15th of December 2015. Although our greenhouse gas emissions are very low compared to industrialised countries. However, working on the basis of shared responsibility, we are prepared to collaborate and ready to reduce our emissions by 2050, in compliance with the provisions of the Paris Agreement. Guinea has made several advances recently in terms of preserving the environment and mitigating the effects of climate change. And I would like to point out the following. Firstly, the revision and updating of the National Action Plan and Strategy for Biodiversity Conservation. Secondly, the revision and updating of the environment law and the law on the use and management of woodland. Also, the creation within the National University of Equatorial Guinea of an environment faculty. Then, the creation of a National Institute for the Preservation of the Environment. And finally, adopting a national investment plan to reduce carbon dioxide emissions as a consequence of deforestation and degradation of our woodlands. And I would like to conclude this speech by wishing you success in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you very much, Equatorial Guinea.
Is Japan, please, followed by Ecuador.
I am the head of the Japanese delegation. I'm from the House of Representatives. My name is Kazunori Tanaka. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem of climate change is an issue which humanity cannot turn away from. It needs to be tackled by the whole world. We, the parliamentarians, must reaffirm our role in addressing this issue. In Japan, the former Prime Minister Suga declared in October 2020 that Japan will aim to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050 and become carbon neutral. Following this declaration, in November, both the upper and lower houses of Japan each adopted resolutions declaring a climate emergency. Furthermore, in April 2021, during the Leaders' Summit on Climate, organized by the United States of America, once again, the former Prime Minister Suga pledged to the world that Japan will aim for a 46% cut in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 against the level of 2013, and that it will continue to challenge an ambitious target of 50% reduction. This was then followed by Prime Minister Kishida's announcement at the COP26 on a fresh overseas climate financing to promote measures against climate change by the whole world. As parliamentarians, we will support the position of the government and actions by the entire society to address the issue of climate so as to contribute to the future of humanity. Meanwhile, just like the issue of climate change, another concern which mankind should not turn away from is Russian aggression against Ukraine. In Japan, this month, both the upper and lower houses again each adopted resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The daily lives of Ukrainian citizens are destroyed day by day due to this aggression. Even nuclear power plants are being attacked. based on my own experience as the Minister for Reconstruction, which I served for 1 year from 2019, 8 years after the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011, I can say that destruction by the earthquake happened in just one moment. But it takes very long time to reconstruct and overcome damages caused by harmful misinformation of the accident at the nuclear power plant. Many people lost their lives, families, place to live, and even their jobs. Scars left in the hearts of the victims will never be healed completely. In Ukraine, such tragedy is not caused by natural phenomena, but by President Putin. Japan condemns this in the strongest possible terms. Japan being the only country in the world which suffered atomic bombings, we strongly claim that there should never be a threat or use of such nuclear weapons. I wish to share this resolve with all the parliamentarians gathered in this room to restore peace and international order in Ukraine. That is the fundamental bedrock of activities that we're now engaged here in IPU. I will conclude with this affirmation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Japan. Next speaker, Ecuador, followed by Mozambique.
Buenos días con todos y con todas.
Good morning, everybody. Greetings from the Ecuadorian delegation to all those of you present at this assembly. I would also like to thank the people of Indonesia for their generous hospitality. As parliamentarians, we know, understand and lead and also are part of actions in our country, and climate change is, of course, linked with power. In fact, it's part of the problem. In this room, we have countries who contribute very little to the causes of climate change. And there are also countries that contribute a bit more to the causes of climate change and the environment destruction, but are suffering from it. It's hard to understand how countries that pollute so little are almost those who suffer the most, and those who tend to have the highest levels of well-being are the ones that pollute the most. And this is because we continue to link development with unlimited consumption and this paradox of high income based on destruction of the environment. And so we need to replace the concept of development with well-being and guaranteeing the right to nature. Of course, this is difficult, but the more progress that climate change makes, the more we see that this is the right thing to do. And so that is why we think rich countries need to provide compensation rather than exploitation. Are we simply going to stick with rhetoric, or are we going to take action? Sustainable development is on the 2030 agenda and the Millennium Development Goals, which were commitments from southern countries. The SDGs also includes commitments from the north to the rest of the world. and we need to comply with these sustainable development goals. Climate change is not only an environmental crisis, it is increasingly a humanitarian crisis. It's not about nature as we know it now, but it also cast doubt on our existence. COVID has created debate. First of all, it's shown us the worst of the current world. An example of this is the current military conflict between Russia and Ukraine. This is a conflict which not only causes death, devastation, and great waves of refugees, but also a political game of chess for the use and exploitation of natural resources. Therefore, this conflict means we need to call for immediate peace. Ecuador has made progress in terms of mitigating climate change, such as going for a circular economy, where we have protected reserves and protected areas. This is just an example, but we believe that the most ambitious thing is in the 2030 agenda in terms of looking at how we produce, consume, and restrict wealth. Southern parliaments, those of developing countries, are making a call to parliaments in the north, to the so-called first world, to call that their governments, but also their companies and their consumers, and say that it is time to leave this idea of extracting natural resources. Because in the post-pandemic age, we have an opportunity to move from rhetoric to concrete measures and concrete actions to combat climate change. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador. Next speaker, Mozambique, followed by Iceland.
Chair, President, Excellencies, the worsening of climate change and environmental risks warn us of the need to promote a development with globally sustainable ecological footprints, protecting the planet, the species that inhabit it, as well as the future of humanity. This situation requires urgent, energetic, coordinated and solidarity-based action from the international community with focus on support to the developing countries aimed at mitigating the effects of climate change and promoting the transition to increasingly sustainable energy, industrial, economic and social models. Excellencies, climate change is therefore closely linked to a development that bridges its social, economic and environmental dimensions as consistently as possible. The aspects listed above led us to reflect on the following points. First, have environmental and all climate policies taken into account the challenges of development and the green strategies that consider their impacts on a global scale, especially on the legitimate aspirations of the poorest to a dignified life in more than urgent pursuit of an agreed action in the concert of nations? Number two, are the developing countries the real victims being properly supported in this endeavor? Excellencies, climate change is the greatest environmental threat of the 21st century. As such, it is not only an environmental problem, but a global development and humanitarian emergency, particularly affecting the poorest. In our view, the challenge of combating climate change has two main vectors: mitigation and adaptation. An effective combination of mitigation and adaptation measures can thus contribute to limiting their impacts in the future, and design with a multiplicity of sectoral policies from agriculture to energy, from environment to economy, from science into technology, to sustainable development options at global, continental, regional, national, and local levels. The climate crisis is an opportunity for us to substantially and profoundly reassess our vision and model of development that takes into account the importance of cooperation and solidarity within and across countries. We must also recognize that a truly responsible ecological and sociological approach cannot forget justice in climate change debates. Ladies and gentlemen, development for the common good is much more than greening our current mode of development to reduce its damage to the environment. Addressing the climate change is bound to have costs and cause disruptions. These costs must be borne fairly among nations, communities and individuals, and the disruptions mitigated and compensated in the best possible way. Pope Francis, in Laudato Si' 205, reminds us that human beings capable of touching the bottom of degradation can also overcome themselves, choosing again the good and regenerating themselves beyond any psychological and social conditioning. End of quote. I extend an urgent invitation for a renewed dialogue on how we build the future of the planet. We need a debate that unites us all, because the environmental challenge we are experiencing and its human roots concern and impact on all of us. Excellencies, climate change and its harmful impacts are a fact, a hard reality. Mozambique is also suffering the consequences of these climate changes. For example, in the first few months of this year, the country was hit by two cyclones, Ana and Gombe, whose direct impact is expressed by the significant loss of human lives, personal property and livelihoods, destruction of essential infrastructure such as roads, bridges, water supply systems, schools, hospitals and housing. The cyclical droughts registered in some regions of our country are another clear sign of these changes. Excellencies, I strongly appeal to the parliamentarians participating in this IPU session under the theme Getting to Zero, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change, to redouble our supervision to the education sector, since it is the only truly non-extinguishable resource that guarantees a sustainable environment and development. Only knowledge, accompanied by an ethical sense of our relationship with the environment, can help to guide our efforts both now and for future generations. Excellencies, in Vienna and Madrid in 2021 and in New York last February, we shared with you about Mozambique's candidacy for non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council. On those occasions, we outlined the rationale for our decision and thanked the countries around the world that have already expressed support for the Mozambique case. Today, we simply remind that our position remains unchanged, and we are counting on you next June. Mozambique's victory will also be yours, and the United Nations Security Council will certainly gain from Mozambique's experience in conflict management, which has always invested in open and permanent dialogue as the main weapon for reaching consensus for peace and harmony in the country, the region, the continent, and the world. Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your understanding, and thank you to you all for listening in my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mozambique. The floor is now to Iceland. Next speaker, Niger.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me, coming from Iceland, a small island in the Arctic, to say a few words about our very vital theme, getting to zero, mobilizing parliaments to act on climate change. The temperatures in the Arctic continue to rise at 3 times the global annual average, driving many of the changes underway in the Arctic. Most prominently, snow and ice are melting at an increasing rate. This impacts both the local ecosystem as well as the global climate system. It contributes to rising sea levels and is likely to provoke extreme temperatures events beyond the Arctic. The effects of a shifting Arctic climate are felt across the high latitudes and beyond, with global environmental, economic, and social implications. It is therefore clear that climate change is one of the most critical challenges of our times. It increasingly affects our everyday lives and our environment. The signs are evident. The science is clear, and the plans are in place. All states, therefore, need to scale up and implement the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. Iceland's ambition is to go beyond the Paris Agreement by reducing greenhouse gas emissions by more than half by 2030, reaching complete carbon neutrality by 2040, and establishing and being completely off fossil fuels by the end of 2050. Moreover, Iceland's emissions profile is in many cases unusual. Almost all heating and electricity is generated by renewable energies, hydro and geothermal energy. It has been a long-standing policy of the Icelandic government to support initiatives worldwide that aim to increase the utilization of geothermal energy. The potential is enormous and mostly untapped. It is important to keep in mind that climate change is not only an environmental challenge, but has also social justice and economic aspects. It greatly affects those most vulnerable, both globally and within our societies. It has increased instability and inequity, causing poverty and displacement. No country is an island when it comes to the effects of climate change, and our future depends on global cooperation. Similarly, the fight for gender equality is universal, and now it has become integrally linked to the climate change. The consequences, therefore, are great. It is essential that we include all these aspects. Our experience in Iceland has been that greater inclusivity and equality generates more resilience and adaptive societies. That is why gender equality and women's empowerment are the cornerstones of Icelandic foreign policy. The climate change crisis is already having destabilizing effects on peace and security. When people are displaced, women and girls are inherently subjected to vulnerable situations and therefore under greater threat of gender-based violence. This is now tragically on display in Ukraine because of Russia's horrendous invasion. More than 3 million people have already fled their homes to seek shelter in neighboring countries, and millions will follow. Our thoughts are with the innocent people in Ukraine who are suffering and those who are displaced, seeking shelter. The horrific invasion has already had devastating consequences, and I greatly appreciate that IPU is on its way to make a clear statement on the war in Ukraine. Dear friends, the world is at the crossroads, faced with challenges that can only be addressed effectively if we work together with real action for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative of Iceland. Niger, the floor is yours, followed by Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. The climate change constitutes one of the greatest threats for humanity. Droughts, repetitive droughts that it has provided, as it is the case we have seen this year, there are also losses of thousands of hectares in terms of forests, and floods that have also occasioned incredible problems all around the country. And 432,000 people, displaced population and deceased people. 655 houses have collapsed, and losses of hectares of cultures in this year and in 2020. In the subsector, in breeding sector, climate change are also very important and concern the modification of the composition of the cattle. There are nomadic breeders as well. There's a decrease in terms of their revenue and a decrease also of the positive aspects to the sector, to the GDP of the country. Mr. Mohamed Bazoum, President of the Republic and Chief of State, and the President of the Climate Commission for the region of the Sahel, has committed to strengthen, and it is strengthened thanks to the Renaissance Act 3 consolidated, and it has been moved forward to accompany and support this voluntary politics of the government. It is put in place with international engagement on climate, and to reach carbon neutrality by 2030, Niger parliaments need to also support the NDCs. Therefore, all of the actors and their actions are determining and to guarantee strong legislations that are in line with climate actions. Thanks to their oversight functions, they can also ask governments to be accountable for these national, international commitments in terms of climate change, namely the engagements during the Paris Agreement and objectives for sustainable development as well. Parliamentarians in their mandate must respect the commitments and engagement given by the state, and in these policy documents and strategies in terms of climate change, it constitutes a non-neglectable aspect of fighting against climate change. These actors must contribute not only to communication efforts in order to promote positive changes in behaviors, but it is in this name that the axes of reflection have been formulated as a reminder. Niger has made breakthrough changes and ratification of legal entities for climate as the Frame Convention for the United Nations for Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement on Climate. To satisfy to the demands of these international texts and honor the commitment made, Niger had regularly submitted to the Secretariat of the UNFCCC for GHG emissions and the national contributions as well. So for the national plan, these engagements are translated in the different planification documents and for the strategy of Niger. Indeed, the strategy for inclusive growth for 2035 and the economic and social program for development, the initiative 3N, NDC, and strategy for development and other sectors. And for the energy sector also, Niger has retained these two sectors in terms of priorities for climate actions due to the fragility and to limit the GHGs. This is why there's the implementation of a program and the importance of strengthening the communities and ecosystems. We must have an efficient climate action, and among the obstacles we are confronted to, despite the political will, we can note that there's a weak mobilization in terms of resources for climate funding, a lack of coordination and synergies for climate actions in terms of actors, the insufficiency, the lack of teaching around these climate actions, we did not enable to have a good visibility in this field. What are the additional capacities that are needed to strengthen the fight against this climate change? We must strengthen capacities of the framework, of the executive that follow up on this climate issue, and strengthen competences in terms of assessment of vulnerabilities and having the right equipment to assess. For the post-COVID recovery, we need to accelerate ecological transition and especially have the economic systems evolve and best practices in terms of energy to obtain more sustainable results. How can Parliament support this transition? Your time is over. Should I stop here? So the parliaments must follow a logic to make companies greener everywhere. What innovations should parliamentarians put in place to make their practices greener and their activities greener, and what measures are taken to reduce their own emissions? Parliamentarians in Niger must reduce their carbon footprint and sustain green initiatives. Thank you. Thank you very much. Niger.
Ghana, the floor is yours now, followed by Belgium.
Mr. President, colleagues and friends, no country, indeed nobody in this assembly is a stranger to climate change. The evidence of climate change worsening the conditions on this earth is clear for all to see. from severe weather conditions, including rising temperatures, warming oceans, increasing sea levels, and glacier features and retreat, it is evident that climate change is a threat to our very survival. Science tells us that this is only the beginning, and if we do not take action now, the damage would be irreversible. In February 2022, Working Group 2 of the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released its report assessing the damage of climate change, and the conclusion is crystal clear. We are simply not doing enough. The report suggests that we are at a point where adaptation is becoming more feasible than mitigation. In the words of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, adaptation saves lives. Climate change is affecting the world faster than hitherto anticipated. Human activity is the main contributor to global warming, and yet we are behind in our efforts to control the situation. Continuing on this path would further exacerbate the rise in temperatures, changes in precipitation patterns, more frequent and intense droughts, heat waves, and so on. Countries have continually pledged to work towards mitigating climate change. What is required, however, is decisive action. Financial constraints to tackling this issue now are often cited, and yet, paradoxically, it will become much more expensive to deal with this in future if we do not curb the menace now. As parliamentarians, through our legislative, representative, and oversight functions, we can effect changes which would secure for ourselves and posterity equality of opportunity and prosperity. The unique ability of Parliament to pass laws allows us to formulate legislative frameworks which are consistent with national climate goals and international climate agreements such as the Paris Agreement. There is the need to reassess existing climate policies, identify gaps, and make the appropriate amendments where required. Effective climate legislation, therefore, should be based on extensive research which hinges on the effects of such legislation on the environment, as well as the socio-economic well-being of the people. Climate legislation should therefore take into account economic structure, the legislative culture, climate exposure, and also the social conditions of the people. Parliamentarians are representatives of the people, and it is important that we use our leadership positions to increase awareness of climate change at the local level. Strong dialogue between us, the members of Parliament, and the people we represent would accentuate the appreciation and buy-in of the crisis. Understanding government policies and what the people can do, both as individuals and as collective, to support this cause can only be achieved through consistent and persistent interaction between us parliamentarians and the people. Parliamentarians can hugely impact information dissemination by supporting information campaigns and holding stakeholder engagements. Parliaments, including the relevant parliamentary committees, have to share findings and reports with the public, in addition to holding direct consultations with citizens and key stakeholders such as civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, the media, and in our case, for example, our chiefs, as well as faith-based organizations. These stakeholders should have access to Parliament and parliamentarians to share concerns and observations in the full recognition that their experience, research, and expertise can aid the work of Parliament in its fight against climate change. Parliamentarians bear the responsibility of holding the executive arm of government accountable in the latest bid to fulfill its objectives according to legislation and budgetary allocations. Oversight is an important aspect of our job, as it allows us to scrutinize performance of our governments as they implement national climate-related policies and honor international commitments. Therefore, parliamentarians must be committed to ensuring transparency and accountability using all appropriate vehicles, including questions, motions, statements, petitions, and the committee systems. Ministers responsible for handling climate change issues should be required to report to Parliament and its relevant committees at determined times on their progress and challenges. This, in turn, should lead to periodic reviews of national climate change targets. Furthermore, parliamentarians should ensure clear legislative provisions for monitoring enforcement. Climate change, we must all recognize, is a complex phenomenon to address. Parliaments have a key role to play in the mitigation of and the adaptation to climate change. Fortunately, parliamentarians are well positioned to act and deliver. Today, the world is facing a multiplicity of challenges. The threat posed by climate change just out strongly because it's a matter of survival. The world must come together to respond to the use of sustainable fuels because coal and fossil fuels are releasing pure acids into the atmosphere. Deforestation due to unmitigated tree felling, poor farming practices, including overgrazing and bushfires, must be things of the past. Manufacturing industries and transportation are necessities of life, but the homicidal emissions must be done away with by resorting to renewable energy sources. Dear colleagues, significant medium and long-term planning is required to deal with climate change. Should we ignore this call, the risk of floods, droughts, heat waves, rising sea levels, air, water, and food pollution, among other dire consequences, will increase the plague on living creatures until we become extinct. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ghana. Belgium, the floor is yours. Next speaker, Guinea.
President, dear colleagues, dear friends, the fight against COVID-19 and the military aggression by Russia of Ukraine is of course attracting all our attention as members of parliament. Yet, the climate crisis also requires urgent action from all our parliaments around the world. For many, the climate emergency is already very simply a matter of life or death. Just a few weeks ago, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change again released a very painful report showing the terrible effects of climate change. As we speak now, Earth poles are undergoing extreme heat. Antarctica is now, for example, more than 40 degrees, just imagine, more than 40 degrees Celsius warmer than average. So let us face the facts. We have not done enough to meet the Paris Climate Agreement 1.5 degree warming limits. If we want to meet that gap, ladies and gentlemen, we only have 8 years to act. However, and that's maybe the sole good news in this matter, we know which legislative reforms we need in order to achieve big cuts of carbon emissions in this decade. We simply need now the political will to make it happen. And I would like to very quickly outline three instruments which can make a positive change for climate. First, stop subsidizing fossil fuel pollution and addiction. And the same goes, of course, for biofuels, which destroy our forests, our common goods all around the world. Two, in terms of governance, we do have a good example coming from my country, Belgium. For the first time in history, my parliament will not only control and scrutinize the budget of the government in sole monetary terms. For the first time in history, my parliament will also control the budget of CO2 emissions of every Ministry of Agriculture, Economy, Defense, and so on. And last but not least, I really believe that it is time now for criminal law to come to the rescue of the planet. We must protect nature and future generations in much stronger terms, in more enforceable ways. And I'm very proud to say that my parliament, Belgium, has committed to adopt and reform the criminal code by adopting a new crime of ecocide, not only at the domestic level, but also at the international level of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. And you remember that just 1 year ago, our IPU Assembly also called every single parliament in the world to recognize this new crime of ecocide. Ladies and gentlemen, I entered politics with one leitmotif: the strong belief that we must do everything faster and bolder to save our planet. Now it is time in every single parliament in the world to rise up, think big, and unite. Thank you.
Thank you to Belgium. Guinea, the turn is yours, followed by Monaco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President of the IUP, Presidents of the different parliaments present in this room, dear delegates. To begin my speech, I would like, on behalf of the President of the National Council of Transition and National Councils, I want to thank them for this warm welcome that was offered to us to the success of this 144th General Assembly. Dear parliamentarians, to tackle the subject that gathers us here, I would like to start by reminding you that the country of Guinea is one of the richest in subsoil resources, namely in bauxite and gold. There was a rush of mining companies to exploit the environment. This shows a specific interest that we grant to the themes of climate change. As other countries of the sub-region of Western Africa, Guinea has faced a number of changes in climate change that have shown a lot of changes in hydrologic levels, etc. Climate change touches all the sectors of the development in the countries. These variations are worsened by anthropogenic factors that threaten the survival of population, degradations of ecosystems, forestry, agricultural practices, mining operations, and everything is threatened. There's a lot of illegal fishing, extensive breeding. This is why we have ratified the UN framework for the climate change, the CCUNC, and the Kyoto Protocol, respectively, in 1993 and 2005. It had since elaborated strategies in terms of fighting against climate change, among which its CNI, National Initial Communication, the second communication, and the National Strategy for Climate Change, the PANA, NDC for 2015, NDC 2015, and NDC 2020. It is currently engaged in the elaboration process for the third national communication and a national adaptation plan, which should be achieved respectively in 2023 and 2024. As a reminder, the elaboration of the determined contributions was started during the 19th session of the Conference of Parties, COP19, which was held in Warsaw in November 2013. The countries committed to prepare the NDCs before the Conference of Parties and the UN Convention as well, that was held in Paris in 2015. These NDCs were elaborated with countries and should be used for negotiations and lead to an agreement on climate that led to the Paris Agreement in 2015. This should help Guinea to have an easy access to scientific data on the evolution of climate, contribute to the efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and be eligible to mechanisms to obtain financing in the framework of the Paris Agreement and to support member countries and find solutions for the Green Fund and World Environment Fund. These engagements of Guinea and the Republic of Guinea, after having ratified the Paris 2nd of April 2016 agreement, strengthened its engagement to contribute to the world fight against the climate change threat. And the NDC submitted in 2015. We want to reduce GHGs by 2030 in different sectors of the economy. It is constituted by an NDC that is unconditional and a conditional one, NDC+. The Republic of Guinea has established this unconditional objective to reduce the emissions by 20% by 2030. And the conditional objective is at 49% compared to the original scenario. To reach these objectives, there are 10 commitments in terms of mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. Guinea has engaged to have a net zero trajectory for the mining sector by 2040, improve efficiency of transportation systems on the national level, collecting and using urban waste, modernizing the wood energy sector, stop or mitigate deforestation through a sustainable management of forest and the increase of protected areas, placing the agricultural sector on a neutral carbon neutrality trajectory by 2050. So we also need to protect the water through national water policies, put in place the necessary resources for the protection, conservation, and management of ecosystems, strengthening the resilience of populations in the coastal areas, supporting efforts in terms of adaptation for communities in rural areas that help them pursue their activities and preserving resources on which they rely for livelihoods. According to the first assessments, the cost would reach $15 billion for mitigation and about $1 billion for adaptation. Faced with these impacts, we would need to have $1.91 billion and $4.37 billion US dollars at the horizon of 2050. There are also difficulties to the Green Fund for Climate. Our advocacy, having massive financing, national budgets, bilateral public financings as well. For the forest, the Republic of Guinea calls for a technical support and a financial support of the international community to face these engagements and commitments for the NDCs. 1 minute, please. I couldn't close this speech without reminding you that the Republic of Guinea is in a context of an exceptional situation. There has been a transition led in the country, led by the President and Chief of State. The CNRD is in a logic to remold our state. It is with this vision that the National Council of Transition has been put in place. I'd like to take advantage of this occasion that is given to me to speak here today in front of the World Parliaments to launch and to a call to support us in this transition, in the efforts we need. Thank you very much.
Merci Guinée. Monaco, c'est votre tour. suivi par l'Organisation mondiale des parlementaires contre la corruption.
Bonjour, chers.
Good morning, dear participants. It's rare for my country to be able to speak in front of such an honourable assembly, with the smallest country in the world. However, we are members of the IPU, the UN, the Council of Europe, for example, for many decades now. If you know my country, it's perhaps because you love Formula One, or maybe tennis or football. And I must congratulate our national driver, Charles Leclerc, who a few days ago won in Bahrain with a fantastic drive. However, that's not the topic of our debate today, and so now I would like to speak to you about the actions taken by our head of state. Prince Albert II, who is without doubt the only head of state who has been to both poles, both north and south, in the footsteps of his father, Prince Albert I, who went in the 1900s to Spitsbergen in Svalbard. Now, we can clearly see that the photos from that time show us a terrifying reduction in ice caps and the surface area of the ice. And so Prince Albert II funds many projects the world over with the aim of protecting fauna and flora that find themselves endangered. Our state also has a cooperation service which helps provide funding and equipment in countries such as South Africa, Niger and Madagascar. Aware as we are of the degradation of the environment and climate change, my country has made commitments under the Kyoto Protocol, and for now we are managing to reach those commitments. The Principality has around 37,000 inhabitants. However, so we are a tiny population, a minority population, in fact, within our own country. However, we are very active. Given our geographical location and our size, we're incredibly dependent on the environment that surrounds us. First of all, the Mediterranean Sea. Population of one of the most visited seas, and the threats that this has on our coastline is a reality. The measures that we're taking to reduce our carbon footprint are very powerful on a local level. However, our small size makes this a less significant effort. We're trying to carry out an energy transition and also ensuring that our construction is greener to reduce emissions from heating, for example. We are also sorting our waste in a factory which is currently being built. And in addition to this, we are using thalassothermic loops, which is a sort of heating using the sea for buildings. We are also trying to promote public transport, such as bus or trams in our city, by having prohibitive parking measures. Every day, over 50,000 workers come into Monaco to do their jobs. And with the 30,000 square kilometres in our country, that's where we're finding it most difficult to meet our Kyoto Protocol commitments. My parliament, the National Council, fully supports the activities made by our head of state, Prince Albert II, and his government, each year looking at the budgetary law of the state, which aims to strengthen administration of projects and other laws that directly affect development projects which may give better quality of life for the residents of Monaco. Our topic today is the role of parliaments in each country to work with their populations and to give governments strong policies to act on protecting the environment and to reduce the impact on climate change. I would also like to thank Indonesia for having organised this fantastic meeting, the 144th Assembly of the IPU. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monaco.
Thank you very much, Monaco.
To the Speaker of the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, followed by the World Health Organization.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, Speakers and Members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption believes that combating corruption is crucial to the success of Sustainable Development Goals, including Goal 13 on climate actions. The COP26 last year concluded that with a promise of a net zero target from over 90% of world GDP and around 90% of global emissions. Yet such commitment shall not be left on a piece of paper. Phasing out emissions will require enormous funding in both the public and private sectors. A mobilization of jointly $100 billion pledge from developed country parties to the UNFCCC is also needed to be realized as soon as possible to address mitigation actions. These actions are part of SDGs 13 targets, and thus Parliament should take proper measures to ensure the successful implementation of this goal. Parliament should monitor the implementation of this net zero pledge. We need to pursue greater transparency and accountability on national and international climate actions. Any legislation to be made towards achieving such net zero targets shall cover matters of transparency, accountability, inclusivity, and ways to measure the impact of any net zero projects to the citizens. In addition, strong corruption legislation is also needed to develop a robust governance system towards the net zero transitions. GOPEC also highlights that any transition projects are not immune to corruption. Green projects or not, they are susceptible to corruption offenses such as bid rigging, undue influence, bribery, or infrastructure markup. Thus, an active and ongoing parliamentary oversight mechanism against climate actions implementations is crucial. Distinguished delegates, in the efforts to successfully implement the SDGs, including SDG 13 on climate actions, GOPEC within the past years developed an SDGs handbook for Parliament. The handbook, which was jointly developed by GOPEC, the Islamic Development Bank, and the UNDP, aims to equip Parliament with guidance, good practices, and tools from around the world that can be adapted as needed depending on the national context by the Parliament to implement the SDGs successfully. It is designed as an easy-to-use resource that can help parliamentarians and parliamentary staff members play an effective role in implementing the SDGs, including SDG 13 on climate actions. So GOPEC encourages parliaments around the world to make use of this parliamentary handbook so that Parliament can ensure that the net zero pledges as part of the SDGs commitments are not just merely a talking shop at the international level. Our gathering here at the 144th IPU Assembly emphasizes how the choices we make today will resonate for decades to come, and changes must be made if we want to secure our Earth for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Avant de suivre...
Thank you very much. Before following in the list, I would like to invite Madam the President of the Indonesian Parliament to take the presidency now.
Now to the representative of the World Health Organization.
Madam President, honorable members of Parliament, it is a pleasure to represent the delegation of the World Health Organization at this 144th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. We are living through a triple societal and health crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic is no way finished, and we must reach the target of vaccinating 70% of the population in all countries. The devastating war in Ukraine is also a devastating health crisis, and climate change is the single biggest health threat facing humanity. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has concluded that to avert catastrophic health impacts and prevent millions of climate change-related deaths, the world must limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Tackling all these crises takes the three ingredients which also embodied IPU: political leadership, collaboration, and solidarity. In 2020, at the height of the pandemic, WHO launched a manifesto for a green and healthy recovery from COVID-19. It provided policy recommendations to help guide short and long-term recovery. Since then, many governments have made significant change to their economic system and their approach to energy and resource use, and are turning the green and healthy recovery into reality. But much more needs to be done. While mitigating the climate change by getting to zero, countries must also build climate-resilient health systems and sustainable low-carbon health systems. At COP26, UN Climate Conference last year in Glasgow, more than 50 countries agreed to work together to transition their health system to the climate-resilient and environmentally sustainable as part of COP26 health programme. WHO, the UK government and others will be working closely together to help governments implement their commitments and to invite more governments to join this initiative. I look forward to hearing from other delegates on how we can continue to work together to accelerate the green transition and build a more healthy and resilient society. Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue to Ms. El Tangui from Liberal International. The floor is yours. And followed by Ms. Mulder, Netherlands.
Dear Madam Chair, dear friends, the climate change we are facing is an unprecedented upheaval in the history of our planet and compromises the future of humanity. For more than 3 decades, the scientific community has been sounding the alarm and multiplying calls for action without success. The latest report of the experts of the IPCC is a terrible warning of the consequences of climate inaction, which I can see in my constituency in Brittany, in France, with the rising waters and the erosion of the Finistère coastline. It is up to us as parliamentarians to solve the gaps and to have a responsible, healthy life and provide it to all in a sustainable manner. This is one of the major undertakings of Liberal International, a global federation of liberal political parties, movements and think tanks whose work is focused on supporting the creation of synergies on the issues and challenges we face today, namely fighting for human rights, climate justice and fair trade. We have established a climate justice committee and a working group on environment and human rights, of which I have the honor to be a member, along with other colleagues from the Liberal Party of the Council of Europe, ALDE. Our working group has drafted a report specifically for parliamentarians wishing to advance climate action and environmental protection in the world. Starting from the fact that the states are guarantors of the quality of life of the people on their territory, the Liberal parliamentarians declare in this report that the climate inaction constitutes a violation of human rights. Therefore, it is up to the states, encouraged by us parliamentarians, to protect any infringement of fundamental rights, including those resulting from climate change. Our report advocates the realization of adequate, ambitious, non-discriminatory climate policies in compliance with human rights, taking into account certain populations considered to be more vulnerable to the effects of climate change. I am thinking here of women and children, disabled and elderly people, as well as migrants and poor populations. With the aim of developing global climate justice and constitutional protection of the environment, our report proposes 10 recommendations, including the creation of a High Commissioner for the Environment in international institutions. As an ALDE member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, PAC, I would like to have a word for our institution. Last September, at the initiative of Liberal President Rick Deems, the parliamentarians of the Council of Europe devoted a day to debate the climate. These sessions were an opportunity to adopt strong recommendations and outline the urgent need to adopt a legally binding instrument to protect human rights to a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment as an individual and collective right. PAC recommended in particular the development of forms of participatory democracy on climate issues and the establishment of a European Citizens' Assembly for the Climate on the model of the French initiative of the Citizens' Convention for the Climate, which enabled France to adopt in 2021 an ambitious law to fight against climate change and strengthen resilience to its effects, for which I was rapporteur in the National Assembly. This initiative could be an example for other parliamentary groupings. I am delighted to see that parliamentarians from all over the world are taking up this issue because, in the words of UN Secretary General, and to waste time is to perish. The urgency is obvious, and it is now up to us all to respond to it together. I thank you.
Ms. Mulder from Netherlands, please. Mulder.
Honourable Madam Chair, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, here at the 144th Assembly of the IPU. Coming from a country with a delta, the Netherlands realizes what the effects can be of global warming to our country and to all of our countries. Since the Paris Agreement, a lot has happened and still a lot needs to be done. As a member of 12 Plus Group, I've been active in the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. Chairing it now is a great honor for me, and I would like to hear from the members how they see that we can act on the new IPU strategy. In this strategy, climate change has such a prominent role. Together with one of the Standing Committee presidents, I'm looking at more informal ways of exchanging information and how we can learn from the experience, good and bad, from other parliaments. And at the same time, the meetings of IPU at the Conference of Parties, of course, will continue. And as a member of Dutch Parliament, I've been one of the rapporteurs on climate change the last couple of years. And we aimed to increase the amount of CO2 reduction in Europe from 40% to 55%. And thanks to the pressure of so many national parliaments in Europe and the European Parliament, this goal of CO2 reduction is now agreed upon in Europe. And the European Commission started the so-called Green Deal, and the Green Deal will be put into legislation. And the Netherlands already have a climate law. And the initiative for this climate law came from the opposition parties. And all the other coalition parties agreed on it as well. Only a few don't agree. So now Europe is responsible for 8% CO2 reduction of the global emissions. And in Europe, we know we cannot make this change alone. We need each other to achieve the Paris goals. And I call upon all of you nations here today to do so. We only have one world. Many of the youth protested loud and clear on our streets, and we invited them in our parliament to have an open dialogue. It's about their and it's about our future. And as the Netherlands did not do enough, we need to step up our investments in clean energy, reducing CO2, and make our economy a circular economy. Value chains are globals, and international corporate social responsibility crosses all of our borders. We need to be clear as parliaments in what we ask from these companies, and not to compete with each other at the cost of our workers. The Netherlands will be investing 35 billion euros the coming years to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. We have made a national agreement next to the Paris Agreement, 5 sectors contributing in reaching our goals. These are the industry, the energy sector, the mobility sector, the housing and other building sector, and the agricultural sector. And this transformation, I tell you, is not only a technical transformation, it will affect each one of us in the way we use mobility, warm or cool our houses, and the way we work. For our citizens, it's really important what is happening in our neighborhoods, because in a way, we are reshaping our living environment. And this has a huge impact on us all. That is why we have so-called regional energy strategies, and we try to make regional and local agreements on where to put the windmills or the solar fields. We are practicing with climate deliberations panels to involve our citizens more. And it's not easy, but it's necessary. We need to share the burden and the benefits equally. And we also should have better monitoring agreements. As Western countries, we should deliver what we have promised. Our parliament checks whether our ministers deliver or not. We have debates on climate energy in our parliament regularly, and they are about adaptation and also mitigation plans. And together with our industry, we want to make the change happen. We want the employees of the companies stepping up, and it's a good sign that they are doing so. People want to work for companies that make a positive impact on our world today. Parliaments should give clear directions and norms that the companies should meet. And these norms need to exist worldwide, otherwise the change will not happen. We urge our colleagues to join us. And let's have an open discussion the coming years on how to improve our efforts, because we will make mistakes, things will go wrong. But as we learn, we want to become stronger and resilient, and we'll change the world for the better. The crisis in the Ukraine makes it very clear that sources of energy need to be diversified, and they need to be more of a renewable kind. Dependency is never a good thing. I wish all of us today and the coming years the wisdom and the courage to do what is needed so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Josic from Switzerland.
Madam President, dear delegates, climate change is a global problem that we cannot solve at the national level. To solve it, the following 2 conditions must be met. First, we need international agreements that are based on a common strategy and that respect the diversity of development conditions and economic forces around the globe. Since the first UN International Conference on Environment and Development in Rio in 1992, progress in terms of a common strategy have been tenuous. This catastrophic situation has an obvious cause. Nations defend their own interests and lack a global vision. In this context, the Inter-Parliamentary Union can play an important role as it takes a stand beyond purely national interests. Nevertheless, IPU resolutions are too theoretical and not tangible enough. The IPU should adopt a concrete strategy to combat climate change. This strategy should include social and economic aspects, since solutions to protect the climate can only gain a majority if they allow human beings to live in dignity. Proposing solutions is not enough. That is why we must also stop adopting sterile resolutions and start taking decisions that the IPU member states will be obliged to implement. Switzerland has decided to work towards this goal in the various IPU bodies. To make IPU decisions more binding, parliamentary delegates could be obliged to transpose them into their national parliaments. The IPU could monitor this process through a system of reports as the OECD does, for example, to implement the International Convention on Combating Corruption. I invite you to support this vision. Dear colleagues, we can continue to adopt resolutions that are not binding and do not change anything, but under these conditions, we will not make any progress. This is why we must impose or force the necessary changes. This may sound visionary, but we really need a clear goal to address the immense challenge of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we will continue to the general debate to the second speaker from the delegation. Now I would like to call Ms. G. Jorda from France, followed by Ms. D. O'Neill from Australia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. President, rather. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, dear colleagues. I won't go back over what I said in my statement on the urgency of acting in the face of climate change. We are at an extremely important, a crucial moment in terms of air pollution, pollution of soils and pollution of waters. We all here know the dramatic effects of climate change, which affects all regions of the world, and in particular countries of the global south. Indonesia is in fact one of the most vulnerable countries when it comes to rising sea levels and deforestation. The latest IPCC report on the 22nd of February talks about a very alarming picture when it comes to the effect of climate change on humans and on ecosystems. Thinking about the words of its president, rising temperatures are threatening our very existence on the planet. The effects of climate change will be much more serious than what we previously thought. We, the French, are committed to reducing greenhouse gases. In 2021, we voted on the Climate Resilience Law, and adopted on the 2nd of November 2021 resolutions in view of the Glasgow COP. Through our Green Agreement for Europe, France and the EU have made strong commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, aiming for climate neutrality by 2050. Under its French presidency, the EU has also approved the idea of a carbon tax. After the success of the Paris Agreement, COP26, which happened in Glasgow last year, had varied success. While we did maintain the Paris Agreement by applying laws and having a framework that helped the climate, failing to respect the 1.5 degree rise in temperatures in half a century was a real shame. According to the IPCC, we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 45% in order to maintain warming under 1.5 degrees C. The commitment to pay $100 billion a year to help developing countries to decarbonize is far from being a visible objective. And so France and the EU need to act as a key contributor and we are doing so by committing 23 billion euros. Dear colleagues, faced with the challenge of climate change, it's essential that we act. It is in fact our responsibility to future generations and indeed for the future of humanity on our planet and its ecosystems. Now more than ever, we need to plan how we will protect future generations, because we're working for them, and that's why we're here today.
After Australia, we will continue to Ms. Montefering from Germany.
Thank you very much, and good morning, delegates. I also want to acknowledge Your Excellency, Ms. Puan Maharani, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you so much for hosting us at this important assembly. Australia is an important and interconnected part of the Oceania community, and I want to acknowledge my brothers and sisters from the Pacific, some who are here, but so few of whom are actually able to attend today. They know what needs to be done, and they're at the forefront of change. But no nation, no people will be immune from the pernicious and omnipresent effects of climate change. In my own home state of New South Wales, I recently visited an outback research station and was told by the researcher there, Dr. Keith Leggett, that climate change would likely end sheep farming west of the Dividing Range. For a nation whose economy was described as riding on the sheep's back, that is a terrifying thought and an indication of change in a short period of time. We have recently had devastating floods in northern New South Wales and Queensland, with rain and river levels never before recorded. The Australian government recently committed to a net zero emissions by 2050. We are a proud member of the Paris Agreement and doubling our commitments to climate finance developing countries in the Indo-Pacific.
Australia supports the introduction of transparency and international carbon market rules, and note that we were a pioneer in the field over a decade ago. We're also championing research capabilities and new technologies to ensure that we cut down our emissions through more efficient green means. Response to climate change is featuring significantly in the policy offerings leading up to the elections that we will be holding in May. The Labor Party, my party, supports action on climate change and has bold plans to further the transition of our society into one that is net zero. Our Shadow Energy Minister has committed to upgrade our electricity grid to make it more efficient. We have plans to discount the price of electric cars, to build 400 community batteries across the country, and to help Australia become a renewable energy superpower. More must be done, delegates, across the globe, our home, our shared home. We have not yet crested the hill. Together, in order to fight climate change, to stop Pacific islands disappearing into the sea, to stop greater and more frequent extreme weather events such as bushfires and floods from happening, and to stop catastrophic changes to our food and water supplies, parliaments must be able to work together. All of us here must not be stuck in the real-life game of the prisoner's dilemma. Only through global unity can we address this existential threat to our environment and our society. That is our task, my fellow parliamentarians.
After Germany, Mr. Nakanishi from Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great privilege to speak to you today. Parliamentarians from all over the globe, a strong signal of the multilateral DNA of the international order that's manifesting the power of the law and not the law of the power. Germany is a strong supporter of multilateralism, and this is also based on the realization that global challenges like climate change need cooperation and global solutions. Unfortunately, our multilateral system is under attack, as we see most recently by Putin's invasion of Ukraine. We all know war comes with death. It knows no winners. War is the most inhuman that humans created, and we stand in solidarity with Ukraine. I'd like to thank our hosts for having us here in Bali. It's a wonderful place, and frankly, being back face to face again feels good. But at the same time, I think many of us feel we definitely have to build back better, and that also means to act better. Dear colleagues, in the end of 2020, the biggest international Arctic expedition of all times returned to its home port Bremerhaven in Germany 6 days ahead of schedule. Simple reason, where in the past eternal ice made it difficult to maneuver, there was now only the open sea. The Arctic temperature is more than 7 degrees higher than it was 100 years ago. This warming has vast implications, for example, floods, tropical storms and droughts all around the world, as we heard. Climate change will shift the key coordinates of foreign policy in the coming years and decades. It has long since arrived at the center of foreign policy, and it challenges us to answer the ultimate question in what kind of world we want to live in. In my opinion, foreign policy is climate policy, and climate policy is foreign policy, because climate change, population growth, and involuntary displacement are interconnected. For example, in 2020, 4.3 million people were newly displaced in sub-Saharan Africa as a result of natural disasters, highest number ever. Climate change is a threat to peace and stability. Climate change results in geopolitical changes. And this is why the implementation of the Paris Agreement is at the core of our interests in Germany. And this is why it's so important to support sustainable development projects on the ground. And this is why it's important to empower civil society. Dear colleagues, due to these vital challenges, let me call on us as parliamentarians. Let's base our policies on scientific evidence. Let's act faster, stronger, and even more cooperative. Thank you.
After Mr. Nakanishi from Japan, Mr. M.A. Nadal from Guyana, followed Ms. Campo from Mexico.
My name is Nakanishi Satoshi, Deputy Leader of the Japanese delegation. First, I would like to say a word about the Russian attack on Ukraine. Even at this moment, many Ukrainian people are facing the fear of attack by the Russian military. Unilateral change of the status quo by force is undeniably unacceptable. Japan condemns the Russian invasion with the strongest words and profess that we are with Ukraine and Ukrainian people. I would now like to express my respect and appreciation to the Indonesian Parliament for hosting IPU despite the extremely difficult circumstances of the COVID pandemic. Of all the issues we face, climate change is the challenge of the highest priority and urgency. We must not stall. Leaving a better environment for future generation is the responsibility of our generation. In October 2020, Japan made a declaration to aim for the achievement of carbon neutral and carbon-free society by 2050. Based on the declaration, the central government as well as local governments are taking measures for decarbonization. For example, in April last year, my hometown, Tsukumo City, Kochi Prefecture, declared itself to be a zero-carbon city, aiming to achieve zero CO2 emission by 2040. This is an ambitious goal, bringing forward the national government target by a decade. The city is taking various measures to achieve this goal. To be specific, the city is introducing renewable energy for public facilities, promoting energy conservation by using LEDs, and encouraging citizens and tourists to use bicycles. I am certain that such initiatives taken by municipalities and the policies of the national government are the two wheels of a cart that will stop global warming. As parliamentarians, we need to be tough monitors of our government's initiatives while providing support to ensure that initiatives taken at the local and central governments are well coordinated. Climate change is a global crisis which cannot be solved by one country alone. Fellow parliamentarians, let us join hands and do our best to achieve a carbon neutral world. Thank you for your attention.
Madam President, colleagues, good morning. It is a privilege to be afforded an opportunity to lend my voice and my country's voice to this important discourse on climate change. The climate crisis has issued us an ultimatum. Either we take immediate and drastic action or subject ourselves to an infernal global disaster. Indifference and inaction equal nothing short of destruction. Already we are far behind in limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The coming decade, therefore, must be the decade of decisive action. Climate change affects us all, rich, poor, developed and developing states, but its effects are far more severe on the poorest and most vulnerable, especially small island development states and low-lying coastal states. For us, it's a question simply of survival. Immediate action is needed on three fronts. First, all countries must set more ambitious goals to reduce emissions, and we must honor to the letter those ambitions. All countries have an obligation to act, but the world's foremost polluters have a greater duty to institute steeper emission cuts. Second, the pledge of 100 billion US per annum made 1 decade ago to support climate action must be met. Dishonored pledges are a recipe for disaster. Third, forests constitute a powerful arsenal in the fight against climate change. Forest-rich countries must be provided with the incentives necessary to keep their forests intact and to reduce deforestation and forest degradation. Mindful that deforestation contributes 16% to annual global emissions, and in recognition of the ecosystem and climatic services provided by forests, it is imperative that we finalize the rules for carbon markets and REDD+, so as to properly value tropical forests and the climate services which they provide. A little about Guyana. Guyana by far remains a net carbon sink by a significant margin, whereby the 18 million hectares of largely intact forest in Guyana sequesters approximately 154 tons of carbon dioxide annually. The forest provides this important ecosystem function as one of 9 countries of the Amazon. Guyana also have some of the highest forest cover on Earth, along with one of the lowest deforestation rates. The country is also part of the Guyana Shield, which stores about 1/5 of the world's fresh water and about 18% of the world's tropical carbon. It also has an extremely high level of biodiversity and endemism, with about 4% of all known animals, species, and even more birds species. Guyana is already playing its part, therefore, in addressing climate change and will continue to do so. We will maintain our forest almost the size of England and Scotland combined, storing 20 gigaton of carbon as a global asset. We will work with local communities in conserving, protecting, and sustainably managing our forest, biodiversity, and freshwater supplies. We will decouple economic growth and emissions through a progressively cleaner energy mix, with the aim of reducing our carbon emissions by 70% by the year 2030. We will invest in low-carbon opportunities for jobs, ecosystem services, and social inclusion through an expanded low-carbon development strategy. Our government and our parliament will continue to aggressively enact laws and regulations, promulgate and implement policies on climate change, and promote low-carbon development in every area of national life. The time for talk is over. The time for action is now. It is but a question of survival. Now, act now, or continue on the road to definite perdition. Thank you very much for your attention.
We will continue to Ms. Campo from Mexico, followed by Mr. Griffroy from Belgium.
Honorable Asamblea.
Honourable Assembly, first of all, I would like to express my solidarity with the Ukrainian people for the difficult time that they're going through and they have been going through this month. I would like to join my voice with those calling for peace and a ceasefire, and I would like to make a call for the values that we need to uphold: democracy and peace. Over the past 2 years, we have been going through some of the most difficult times on a global level as a result of the pandemic. And in many cases, at least in my country, has highlighted the challenges that we have in dealing with high temperatures, extreme weather phenomena, etc., which show and increase a certain number of diseases in our country, and this is why, at a parliamentary level in Mexico, we have put forward various law initiatives to adopt sustainable lifestyles, and so that we can raise awareness about the causes of climate change, as well as the general law on the circular economy, which aims to reduce waste generation, promote recycling and reuse. Currently, we're looking at a law on energy, which questions whether clean energy could be the route towards complete renewable energy transition. We need to do this in a comprehensive manner to continue strengthening on a parliamentary level in order to strengthen environmental protection and mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And in this way, we can meet our international commitments made under the Paris Agreement, for example. We need to say that parliamentarians the world over have played a fundamental role in lending visibility and pushing forward the agenda to fight climate change, to promote clean and renewable energy. We cannot allow ourselves to take one single step backwards. In Latin America, we have 238 environmental laws and over 100 draft laws which have been discussed over the past few years in 7 countries. We have more than 50 million people living in regions that are drastically affected by climate change. And so there is a lot that we need to build. And for me, it's an honour to be able to speak to parliamentarians from 178 different countries. Thank you very much.
After Mr. Griefroy from Belgium, we will continue to the young parliamentarians. Mr. Islam from India.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to be able to address you here today. Yes, we have to tackle the climate problems. The importance of partnerships and working together to achieve our climate goals is something that cannot be overstated. This is an aspect that I continually try to highlight. A key element of success is multi-level governance with well-functioning cooperation that involves all levels of government. This includes subnational governments who face the biggest part of the climate change impacts. At the same time, subnational governments are a large part of the solution. We cannot only work from the top down. A bottom-up approach is needed. A one-size-fits-all principle is not the preferred one. Our role is to try and ensure subnational governments such as regions, towns, rural areas and their citizens have a place in the climate debate. That we facilitate things for actors that want to take the initiative. We want legislation to be as simple as possible for them. And for that, there are 5 key principles that I believe should guide and inspire how we have to act, how policies, legislations, frameworks, guidelines has to be. The first one is subsidiarity. Proposed measures are acceptable when they cannot be implemented at a lower level. I think it's important that as we assess what we need to do, that we take into account the territorial impact of the proposed measures and take into account the diversity of our territories, their different potential and their challenges. The second principle is the bottom-up. Within the existing legislative framework, there must be room for local action. Policies, guidelines, legislation should enable innovation. The third one is efficiency. We must assess proposals against the criteria of both cost efficiency and resource efficiency. Resources are scarce and raw materials are not endlessly available. It is therefore important that we promote circular models as much as possible, and particularly to reduce waste. 4, inclusive. It is important that any new measure is inclusive. This means that it must not favor any particular target group. New measures have to be accessible to everyone. This applies also to technologies. Legislation should let all available technologies compete equally without excluding others, if, of course, and this is very important, they prove to achieve high greenhouse gas reductions. The last key principle is it has to be smart. We shall make maximum use of the available technology by using smart applications. And these elements combined will create a stable setting for partnerships to emerge, grow and evolve to help us towards our final goal, a sustainable, healthy environment and climate. Thank you.
After India, followed by Germany, Mr. Ulehte.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to the Chair for according me an opportunity to express my views on the subject. As we all know, climate change and its associated extreme climate events can adversely affect the human developments. The rising temperature of Earth demands that we must act fast to ensure a sustainable future for the future generations. The latest IPCC report brings to us the urgency in this regard, as the threshold to act has been now limited to few more decades. If we fail to act, the climate of Earth would be irreversibly affected. This urgency to act cannot be separated from the principle of common, but differentiated responsibilities, respective capabilities, whereby developing countries have the space to grow. Climate ambition needs to go hand in hand with the capacity building, technical and financial support who needs it. Distinguished delegates, India has discharged its climate obligation in the most honest and responsible way. India's cumulative and per capita emission are significantly low and far less than its fair share of global carbon budget. Despite this, India has been producing 40% of its energy requirement from non-fossil fuel sources. India stands at 5th global position in solar power development and 4th in the world in the wind power installed capacity. At the COP26 of UNFCCC held in Glasgow, India had announced increased climate action target along with the goal to reach net zero by 2070. These targets have been adopted despite the fact that India is on its developmental journey with very less historical responsibility in climate change. India is also leading the international cooperation towards climate resilience through initiatives such as International Solar Resilience, Coalition for Disaster Resilience, Infrastructure for Resilient Island States, and Green Grids Initiative One Sun, One World Grid. India has been implementing the National Action Plan on Climate Change, which is the overarching policy frameworks and compromises of national missions in specific areas of solar energy, enhanced energy efficiency, water, agriculture, Himalayan ecosystem, sustainable habitat, Green India, and strategic knowledge on climate change. I would also like to highlight that in the Parliament of India, appropriate laws are enacted and programs and policies are framed for countering the climate change. We've also taken various initiatives in the Parliament for efficient lighting and energy use to ensure that our Parliament remains a model green institution. As parliamentarians, we have a big responsibility in addressing the global challenge on climate change, which we could help through our oversight, budgetary and legislative functions. Let us all join hands together and strive for concerted efforts for a successful climate mission. Thank you.
After Germany, followed by Mr. N. Aldo Sari from Arab Parliament.
Honorable President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, before I come to the subject matter, please allow me to strongly condemn Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Putin is waging a brutal war and is inflicting immense suffering on the Ukrainian people. 3.5 million refugees already crossed the borders heading to Europe. UNHCR estimates that could be 11 million in this wartime. Both the Russian aggression itself and the way how this war is fought by Russia are serious breaches of international law. We do struggle that this war is not the beginning of the Third World War. Nevertheless, this Russian war of aggression also has a very immediate and above all serious impact on climate protection. Every war ties up enormous financial resources. Germany just decided to spend 100 billion euros extra on warfare. Due to the attack and the destruction of the Ukrainian economy, it will be much more difficult for Europe to achieve climate protection goals. Nevertheless, this geopolitical shift also offers us a chance to end dependency on Russian oil, gas and coal, and invest in climate-friendly, sustainable energy instead. The subject of this debate, please forgive me for the excursion. Climate change and its devastating consequences are one of the biggest challenges of our times. In order to mitigate climate change, we need effective and targeted measures. We must consistently reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in Germany and on a global scale. Germany will set a good example and also support developing and emerging countries, which are often particularly affected by climate change. In meeting the Paris targets, and also CO2 emissions do not know borders. They are a global problem that we can only solve together. Global warming must be limited to below 2 degrees and, if possible, below 1.5 degrees. We all committed to this target in the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement. In Germany, we want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 65% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. For 2040, we have a reduction target of at least 88%. We intend to achieve greenhouse gas neutrality by 2045. All of this will only be possible if we achieve our goals not only nationally, but also globally. Internationally, for example, we still see significant opportunities in reforestation and the protection of existing forests. We need to preserve our valuable forest ecosystems and peatlands worldwide. Forests and peatlands are good carbon stores, but above all, they are an affordable way to win the race against warming. Our goal must be to leave our young people and all future generations a planet worth living on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Because Arab Parliament isn't here, so we continue to Ms. Ernst Zitzig from Austria and followed to Mr. Erhalenghoff from Denmark.
Dear colleagues, it is young people who will be most affected by the climate disaster, and we are here today to discuss how to secure our future. But it's impossible for me to continue with business as usual while the war in Ukraine is ongoing. It is a war of aggression led by one individual, deciding and forcing young men and boys to attack neighbor and to kill men, women and children for the sake of his imperialistic ideas. I was born in Poland during the communistic period. For this reason, my family fled to freedom to Austria. And I can tell you, many countries in Europe that have been living in peace are now living in fear again. And to make it clear, it's not only an European issue, it's an international danger because the war will also have effects on the global economy and people's livelihoods. Both Ukraine and Russia are important wheat and fruit producers for markets such as Egypt And also Yemen, Somalia, Syria, Afghanistan will be affected as well. With the war ongoing, this year's harvest will likely fail, driving up prices and leaving many people unable to afford food. This is the first issue we need to tackle. Secondly, we must prove that crimes like this will never go unpunished. We must prove that international law is more than just words on a piece of paper. We must prove that it will be enforced by standing united in showing Putin all the consequences to his actions. He may have thought that he was too powerful and too rich in oil and gas to cause a strong reaction. I think we were able to surprise him. And it's necessary as well, because there is no future on a dead planet. But the planet will die when there is no peace. Thank you very much.
After Denmark, we'll follow by Ms. S. Hemdal from Norway.
Dear colleagues, this is my first IPU session and I am grateful to have the opportunity to address this assembly. I've been member of the Danish Parliament for 10 years now, representing the Social Democratic Party, who's in government right now. Since the election in Denmark in 2019, I have been our party's spokesperson on health issues, so most of my work have been focusing on handling the pandemic. And it has been a challenging period of time. The pandemic was a setback for several of our sustainable development goals. Lockdowns hit the poor and vulnerable groups hardest. Poor children are most likely to have missed schooling, and we have unfortunately seen more inequality. But I would like to emphasize that the time of the pandemic made it clear that many political decision makers actually managed to take decisive steps and resolute action to deal with the consequences of the pandemic. Politics made a difference. In many ways, the COVID-19 have been a wake-up call for the global collaboration required to tackle other threats such as the climate change. While the coronavirus came without a warning, we already have a lot of facts and evidence about the climate crisis. There are no excuses not to react now, globally and locally. In January 2020, the WHO declared the coronavirus as a global health emergency. It helped increase national and international attention. I believe we also need an emergency call for the climate to make it clear for everyone that action is urgently needed for the sake of our children and future generation. Before finishing my speech, I would like to express my deepest solidarity and support to the Ukrainian people fighting for freedom, democracy and their lives. The fact is that if the Russian and Putin stop the fighting, there'll be no more war. But if Ukraine stop the fighting, there'll be no more Ukraine. So Putin, Mr. Putin, this message is for you. Stop the war, stop the aggression of Ukraine. Thank you.
After Norway, we will followed by Bangladesh and Guyana.
President, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to be here with all of you in the beautiful Nusa Dua. I'm very proud of representing my city, Bergen, the ocean capital in the ocean country, Norway. Far up in the cold north, where we have a long history and tradition of seafaring and harvesting from the sea. For us Norwegians, the ocean is the most important source of income. We have to take good care of the ocean while we harvest from it in a sustainable way. We must be able to do both at the same time. We need to have a sustainable ocean economy. In 2007, a whale stranded not so far from my hometown. Unfortunately, it was very ill and we had to end its suffering. President, the whale's stomach proved to be completely filled with plastic. More than 40 plastic bags, to be more specific. This news story of the plastic whale made the headlines worldwide and attention to the problem with plastic litter in the ocean. According to a study done by the World Economic Forum, by 2050 there will be more plastic than fish by weight in the ocean. This is a very, very serious problem that needs specific action. However, now we see the crisis on energy demand, prices, and of course the price. We need to develop new sustainable energy sources, and this must be done in extensive scientific cooperation and knowledge sharing because we are all in it together. In Norway, almost every energy supplies are renewable. But I have to admit, of course, the fact that Norway is a great producer of oil and gas, and I am actually quite proud of the way we are able to do it in a very well-regulated way without hurting, for instance, our important fish stock. Today, in this very dangerous security situation, I believe we must continue the production and the exploration. It is better to have a supplier from a stable, democratic country that's adhered to international rules, rather than to be reliable on dictatorship and aggressor that hold you as an energy hostage. Dear colleagues, this is the situation we now see with Russia and, for instance, the situation in Ukraine. This is not acceptable, and this is why we need to remind ourselves that we need to have more than one thought in the head at the same time. Colleagues, I would like to tell a little story about our proudness, this tall ship.
Excuse me, you have to conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair of the session, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I would like to thank the IPU and the host Parliament of Indonesia for giving us the opportunity to physically take part in the 144th IPU Assembly in this beautiful city of Nusa Dua, Bali. Let me take this opportunity to extend warm greetings and best wishes of the Leader of the House and Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, Honorable Speaker of Bangladesh Parliament, Dr. Shirin Sharmin Chaudhry MP, and on behalf of my delegation members, to all participants of the 144th IPU Assembly. Distinguished guests, we achieved our independence in 1971 through a glorious liberation war under the leadership of our father of nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. In our liberation war, people of all walks of life had voluntarily participated. the youth had a glorious contribution in the liberation war. Therefore, the indomitable spirit and inner strength of the youth is beyond description. The pages of the history are also filled with the heroic song of the youth. Bangladesh Parliament has been the center of all political activities of the government. The members of the Parliament has been playing a pioneer role in implementing the development of the present-day government. Young people are often excluded, overlooked, and political candidates. Politics is typically regarded as a space for political experienced men. Young people are often systematically marginalized because of their young age. Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, has a report where it says the people between the ages of 20 and 44 make up 57% of the world's voting age population, but only 26% of the world's members of the parliaments. Young people under the age of 30%, 1.9 of the world's MPs, and more than 80% of the world upper house of parliament have no MPs aged under 30. While young people often play central and catalyzing role in movement for democracy around the world, they are less engaged than older generation in voting and party activism. Bangladesh is no exception to that. The youth are the future of the next generation. Believing this, the present government, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is trying her best to engage the youth of the society in the nation-building activities. Therefore, keeping this in mind, she has taken bold steps in giving a good member of young people her party nomination to contest national parliamentary election. I firmly believed that it is important to involve youth as key stakeholders and decision makers. There can be no strong democracy, no lasting peace, and no sustainable prosperity without the contribution of young people, who represent a major segment of the population all over the world. All societies need the power of youth to achieve a better future. Young people have a long life ahead of them and must consider World Forum and long-term perspectives. This means the youth empowerment can be enhance the sustainability of our communities and our world. We emphasize the need for democracy to be more representative of young people. It is my hope that the young people become a parcel of political decision-making process and the legislative and governmental level, as well as the national and local level. For this, we need to start your empowerment in the early years of schooling. As Parliament, we have a critical role to play, ensuring the balanced and inclusive participation of the youth in parliamentary and political issue. With this hope, I conclude my speech. Thank you all for giving a patient hearing. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu.
Thank you. After Guyana, Mr. C. Jones, we will follow Mr. D. Cardin from United Kingdom, and followed by Mr. G. Haltberg from Sweden. And remember, your time only 2 minutes, please, to be punctual.
Madam President, distinguished delegates from parliaments around the world. I am certain that many of us have seen the devastating effects of climate change and rising sea levels. It is important to note that my country, Guyana, 80% of its population lives below the coastal regions. And I'll repeat this. My country, Guyana, is one of the countries of the world that is vulnerable to climate change and rising sea levels. it is important to note that close to 80% of Guyana's population live in the low-lying coastal regions. The capital city of Georgetown relies on seawalls for protection. Madam President, it was the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in its 2021 report, has Georgetown listed as one of 9 cities that will be underwater by 2030, a mere 8 years from now. Guyana's coastal plain is flat and below sea level, making it prone to sea defense breaches, flooding, and intrusion of salt water into residential and agricultural communities. Guyana's sea defense protecting the coastline is fragile and requires repairs in many areas. Our forests provides ecological and environmental services to humanity. On April the 22nd, 2016, the government of Guyana, in recognition of its responsibility to contribute to the global efforts to combat climate change, signed the Paris Agreement at the United Nations in New York. Though a small developing nation, Guyana, through the pursuit of a green economy, pledged to spare no effort to contribute to both a sustainable future and to an effective global response to climate change. It would be remiss of me if I did not make mention of the fact that Guyana's coastal region has a total cover of 83,000 square miles, making it the largest country in the Caribbean community. Its forest covers more than 85% of its land mass. Guyana is what we would call a net carbon sink. That is, our forest sequesters more carbon than the country's human activities generate. With the world's second highest percentage of rainforest cover, Guyana commands important carbon stock. As a signatory to the Paris Accord, Guyana is fully committed to ensuring it plays its role in the reduction of global temperatures to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. From the period 2015 to 2020, the government of Guyana enacted a Green State Development Strategy. The Green State Development Strategy, Vision 2040, provides the comprehensive development policy to guide public investment over the next 20 years. With that, Madam President, Guyana remains committed to playing its role in the fight against climate change. I thank you.
Okay, now in English. Dan Carden, United Kingdom Parliament. Thank you, Madam President and fellow delegates. I can only say Parliament for Liverpool Walton because 180 years ago, my great-great-great-great-grandfather emigrated from Ireland to escape famine. He left Ballina in County Mayo with his young wife, crossed the Irish Sea and made Liverpool his home. Liverpool is one of the great ports of the world, known for music, for football, for culture. We are home to the oldest black community in the UK, the first Chinese community in the whole of Europe, and England's first mosque. We are a city of migrants that looks outwards to the world. And I'm all too aware that my role as a Member of Parliament is to carry forward the hopes and aspirations of the people I represent. But I see the possibilities of this Assembly, of parliamentarians from 178 nations, to renew the fight for freedom, justice and peace in the world, promised in the Universal Declaration of human rights adopted in 1948 after the atrocities of the Second World War. And if we want freedom, justice and peace in the world, we must guarantee those promises in the lives of each person and every community in each of the nations that we represent here today. But in a rapidly changing world where climate catastrophe, food insecurity, poverty, inequality, conflict and war drive further political hundreds of millions of people from their homes, we must go further. We must reaffirm the roots of human rights in the inherent dignity of every human being, if we are to rise to the challenge of mass displacement. The brutal war in Ukraine has already created 4 million refugees. A 1 meter rise in sea level would displace 40 million people in Bangladesh alone. And globally today, there are 281 million displaced people already. And so the challenge is not just how we speak for those who elect us, but how we defend those people with no voice, with no home, and with no hope. We must guarantee the rights and give dignity to every man, woman, and child on the move. Face up to the reality of mass migration, not deny it, and that means strengthening the resolve of our international institutions and rejecting the anti-migrant, racist rhetoric at home that provides no answers to the challenge at hand. The root causes of mass displacement will only be addressed through cooperation and solidarity, and everyone here today has a role in playing to build it. Thank you.
After Sweden, we will continue, followed by Ms. Zeti Dilts from Turkey, and followed by Mr. K. Edmit from Morocco.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a cost that someone, sooner or later, always must pay for. This also applies to climate emissions. It is therefore a very serious problem that polluters today rarely need to pay for the emissions and the consequences they cause. Today, only about 1/5 of the global emissions are covered by carbon pricing. Should we have any chance of meeting the Paris Agreement, then we must use the most efficient, the most powerful tool in the toolbox, namely carbon pricing. Carbon pricing drives innovation and technological development and create what is always needed for change, incentives. Dear colleagues, millions and millions of people are already deeply affected by the consequences of climate change. And for the future generations, the consequences will be absolutely devastating if we do not quickly succeed in reducing emissions and increasing the pace of conversion away from fossil energy. We, as parliamentarians, must act to put a price on emissions. And at meetings like this, when we meet from all across the world, we should take the great opportunity to discuss how a global price on carbon can be introduced. To reach zero emissions, we need to rapidly move away from zero cost on emissions. The polluter pay principle needs to be implemented globally. Otherwise, we will miss both the 1.5 and the 2-degree targets, with costs and consequences for the world that is hard to even imagine. There ain't no such thing as free emissions. Let the polluter pay. Thank you.
Honorable President, distinguished colleagues, the climate crisis is one of the worst current challenges of our world. No country is far from the destructive consequences of the global challenge, increasingly caused by human activities since the Industrial Revolution. We take the responsibility to act immediately, fight the climate crisis. Close international cooperation is essential in the struggle. However, countries are not able to fight against climate change on equal terms. There is an urgent need for adaptation and resilience building to support countries in need. Sharing technology, best practice, and know-how is essential for climate resilience building. Developed countries should support vulnerable and developing countries with adequate financial and technical means for their climate action efforts to ensure that no one is left behind. Aware of the urgency of the climate action, Turkey contributes in an active manner to efforts for combating climate change. Turkey has recently ratified the Paris Agreement and set its goal to achieve net zero emission by 2053. Our President announced our new Green Development Reform. With our renewable installed capacity ranking 5th in the Europe, 12th in the world, we continue our agenda regarding climate change. Long-term strategies and action plans will be adopted in line with our 2053 commitment and our Green Development Goal. We adopted Green Deal action plan aiming to facilitate our transition to a more sustainable and greener economy in line with the Green Deal objectives. In this context, we support a sustainable land management model regarding agricultural sector, and also a circular economic model regarding industry will be implemented. 37 billion liras will be transferred to the climate-friendly projects of municipalities. Also, by giving priority to youth and green development projects, new employment areas will be created for young people also. We are ready to actively contribute to global climate action efforts in close cooperation with our partners. Thank you. Terima kasih.
After Morocco, followed by Ms. E. Azad from Iran and Mr. F.F. Muyumba from Democratic Republic of the Congo.
شكرا سيدة رئيسة. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Let me say that youth is the victim more than their parents, and therefore many of them are now stimulated and encouraged in order to face this challenge of reducing the carbon emissions, in order to further exert pressure on the governments in order to help this category. Youth today should take the initiative of changing their individual behaviors in their lifestyle. As youth parliamentarians, we are committed in changing the climate. We need to have an immediate transition by 2030 that would be given in the priority to sustainable development with the 1.5 degree within reach. And we are also confirming the necessity of financing different capacity building and different research in order to have good energy transition, in order to give further support to all vulnerable categories of populations and which are mostly affected, especially youth, women and local communities and the climate refugees. We would call upon the governments to start very quickly to do away with the industries that are using fossil fuel by 2030 at most, and also to have a good energy transition in collaboration with different private sector components and all different vulnerable categories in society. Thirdly, we would call upon different institutions and organizations in different countries to guarantee the involvement and the engagement of youth in decision-making. We would call upon the IPU and national parliaments in order to set up a network of parliaments in order to work on climate change and to work as an important network in order to detect and to monitor the different measures that are taken by governments in order to live up to their commitments and the process of the crisis of climate change. The local Parliament of Morocco has equipped itself today with solar energy in order to implement its commitment to the energy transition. And therefore, in 2016, in COP22 that was held in Marrakesh, and the commitments that were taken then. Thank you very much indeed.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the negative impacts of climate change in Iran are significant. The environment, people, and economy have suffered from climate change. The situation has brought the climate change at the top of our priorities in Iran. The government has national adaptation and resilience as well as GHG emission reduction programs, especially in the energy sector. The Islamic Republic of Iran, as the party 10 to the UNFCCC, also has signed the Paris Agreement, and the Parliament is considering the respective legislation for ratification of the PA. We are very much at the hope that the process for ratification to be finalized very soon. This very important meeting should address the challenges in reaching the goals of the UNFCCC, the PA, along with the national contributors, including NDCs, identify and elaborate ways and means to resolve them. The most challenging obstacle in implementing the convention and PA, and as such, realization of their internationally agreed goals is a lack of means of implementation for the developing countries, including finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. In this context, political factors, especially the most affecting factor, which is unilateral coercive sanctions and embargoes imposed on the members, have constituted a major obstacle in implementation of commitment plans and programs by the members under convention and the PA. The meeting should produce a set of very concrete proposals to address and resolve the above-mentioned challenges and obstacles and help developing countries to have access to predictable, reliable, and sufficient support in terms of finance and technology transfer. Now is the time for urgent action on the part of all inhabitants of the planet, and ensuring a healthy and meaningful life to the next generation is the main motivating factor that must be given humanity priority. Today, more than ever before in human history, young people are in touch with each other and with their planet. As we know, we are fighting to save mankind from real extinction, and we need the policymakers of this planet to reach this collective understanding. The climate has changed today, so are we as young parliamentarians need the immediate adoption and implementation of climate policies around the world. Last but not least, I would like once again to reiterate the special circumstance of Iran under the current illegal, unjust, unilateral, and unprecedented coercive sanctions, and re-emphasize that the Islamic Republic of Iran, without having access to the means of implementation, would not be able to address the climate change issues or deliver its national adaptation and mitigation plans and progress. Thank you very much for your attention.
After Democratic Republic of Congo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the honor and granting me the opportunity to speak at this 144th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly. I also would like to thank the host country, Indonesia, for its welcome and its legendary hospitality. Madam Chair, I come from the Democratic Republic of Congo, a country of Central Africa covered by the Central Basin, equatorial forest drained by the Congo River. It is a country that is a solution to climate change. The Democratic Republic of Congo is part of a list of 3 countries in the world that are housing a mega biodiversity. It is a diversity reservoir and a lung for the entire planet. Currently, we are paying a very high price for climate. Although we are emitting only very little CO2, it is more than time to end these climate injustices. We need financial compensations for the role that the DRC is playing in the fight against climate warming, global warming. Madam Chair, we must all work as a parliament to implement and promote the implementation of the action plan for the climate change by the IUP. It is so important and urgent. This is why we are suggesting the creation of a task force of the IPU, working around the climate changes and with a monitoring and implementation of this plan. It is here a question of transposing the agreements, international agreements of our national legislations into the national legislation. These 2 levels of national and international commitment strengthen one another mutually. It is also about having credit budgets available that are well adapted to foresee solid mechanisms of control and governmental action on climate. Madam Chair and very dear colleagues, no one can ignore, as the parliaments we represent here are at the heart of a scheme put in place to face climate change. The parliaments are ideally placed and in best position to exert their right to look at the measures taken by governments and to fight against climate change at the national and international level. We must also demand the executive to be accountable for action or inaction. We have fully understood that we need one another, that our actions have consequences not only for us, but for the rest of humanity. So there is no question for us to have a double penalty. The countries of the South cannot continue to pay the price for the problems created by the countries of the North. This is why we must respect the principle polluter pays. Let's act now to save the planet and my country, the DRC, remaining the greatest solution for the world alongside with other forestry giants as Indonesia and Brazil. This international recognition to this effect is non-negotiable. Congo must receive financial compensations for services given to the entire humanity. It is also a right, and this is the justice we need. Thank you.
First of all, I want to express my solidarity as a Mexican with Ukraine. Mexico is with Ukraine. As parliamentarians, we have the power to act. We vote on laws, we impose taxes, and approve state budgets. We oversee the operations of government and have direct access to the ministers, prime ministers, president. We can influence national policy and build strong frameworks and establish stronger influence national policy through climate change. Let me briefly share some of my country's experience. Over the several years, the government of Mexico has rolled back support and investment in renewable energy, prioritizing fossil fuels projects instead. In December of 2020, Mexico submitted an updated national determined contribution to the Paris Agreement that retains the same targets submitted in 2015, but does include more measures for climate adaptation and natural climate solutions. Key goals under Mexico's NDC include, by 2030, reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 22% and black carbon emissions by 51% over a business-as-usual scenario. Reach a net-zero deforestation rate by 2030. Prevent and manage the negative impacts of climate change, especially among communities facing the most significant social inequalities. Promote sustainable and resilient food production system. Parliamentarians, we have the obligation to step up its efforts toward combating climate change. We must hold the executive branch in our respective countries accountable for their actions promoting low-carbon industries. Transportation and energy are the two main emitters of pollutants and responsible for global warming. If we want to keep the human race going and avoid an irreparable damage to ecosystems all over the globe, the time is to act now. Renewable energies and technological innovations are the tools we must found and incentivize. The strong will must be paired with enough funding toward these goals. Colleagues, we will now have a second chance. I am certain that with the inclusion of climate change in public policy, as well as security in the agenda of my country, is quite likely to improve standards of living in areas such as health and poverty reduction, decreasing social inequity, and ameliorating access to basic resources. To reduce emissions from oil and gas, fight for deforestation, and support nature base are solutions against the climate change Mexico is committed to. Thank you very much.
After Finland, followed by Mr. Bako Afriafani from Benin.
Dear colleagues, for most of us, it has been clear that climate change requires a transition out of fossil fuels. However, the schedule and dividing the burden have been more difficult areas to find consensus on. Finland has been doing more than required and is currently being pushed to achieve carbon neutrality 15 years ahead of you. From our and climate's perspective, free riding is unacceptable and big polluters must step up their game. The latest month has shown that if countries are not ready to replace the use of fossil fuels with renewable energy, the climate will not be the sole victim. Accepting current energy dependency means also accepting dependency on countries exporting fossil fuels, such as Russia. When seeing footage of bombed hospitals or hearing news of killed children by Russian forces in Ukraine, it should be indisputable. Our energy supplies simply cannot continue to rely on a regime responsible
for these ongoing war crimes. Not being self-sufficient in energy is limiting countries' ability to react, and the price is currently being paid by innocent people facing massacre. Should we continue like this, even more people around the world are set to face persecution by oil-funded regimes. By phasing out fossil fuel imports, countries are not only investing in the future of our climate, but also in the future of democratic nations. It would mean depriving the strongest tool of extortion from those who wish to use it against the democratic world and peace. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair of the National Assembly of Indonesia, Chair of this session, honorable and distinguished delegates of different countries here present, distinguished participants, I would like to rejoice for having the opportunity to take the floor in front of this august assembly to convey the fraternal and warm regards of the National Assembly of Benin and its president, Louis Lavenu, and say our gratitude to the laborious people and authorities in Indonesia welcoming so warmly here. Honorable delegates, climate change is not only a challenge, but an ultimatum that is common, launched to the entire humanity, and faced with we must more and more implement the saying that translates the mindset and multilateralism that we are also attached to, which is thinking globally and acting locally. The report of the internal group of 2017 classifies Africa amongst the most threatened countries, and namely because of the increase of the sea level. This increase in terms of sea level threatens African coasts in Western Africa. Indeed, for countries such as Benin, Ghana, Togo, and Nigeria that share these oceans and create a megalopolis of thousands of kilometers hosting millions of inhabitants, almost 40% of the urban populations where is most of the economic production and services. These countries are more than ever threatened by this increase of sea level. Faced to this collective peril, my country, Benin, has not only ratified the great international instruments like the Kyoto Convention or Paris Agreement, but also adopted a series of bills and laws to face climate change. For the first time in our country's history, a law was voted in favor in 2018 on climate change concerning all areas. And this is why complementary laws were adopted with a report to protect coastal areas and to fight against the use of plastics. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like right now to reassert the commitment of our country to pursue actions in relation to climate change alongside with the international community in the same mindset. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the list of speakers on general debate. We will resume at 2:30 p.m. with the adoption of the emergency item. Thank you. We will see you at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon.
International community and to the IPU recognize the role that each one deserves. Each year, we will give this award to one parliamentarian. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. After the lunch break, we came back to discuss the point 8 of our agenda, one emergency item. And before we address item 8, I would like to invite the Secretary General to make a technical announcement with regard to the results of the vote on the emergency item. Secretary General, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as you say, it is a technical announcement. As you know, we do record the votes of each delegation on when motions are brought to the Assembly, and these votes are put in a table that is made available to all delegates as well as the public, so that it is a matter of public record. Regarding the decision that you took a couple of days ago, or was it yesterday? Oh, no, 2 days ago on the emergency item, we have been informed by a couple of delegations that their votes were not properly recorded in the table. We have cross-checked and we have been able to ascertain that the delegations of Kazakhstan and the United Arab Emirates votes were not recorded as they had expressed them. And this, I think, had to do with a technical glitch with our system here. So we have been able to correct that. We have been able to record the votes as expressed by the two delegations. But I just want to reassure participants that this does not have any effect on the overall outcome of the votes. The results remain what they are, but we just wanted to make sure that all votes were properly captured. So the table of votes will be corrected accordingly. I don't think you want to be bothered with the numbers here, but as I said, the overall numbers are the same, but we just wanted to make sure that they are captured as accurately as possible for those delegations that I mentioned. That is Kazakhstan, whose votes were not, did not appear on the original table, and the United Arab Emirates, whose votes regarding the New Zealand proposal were not properly recorded. So those have now been corrected, and the amended list or table will be circulated as part of the records of the Assembly. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Secretary General. Before the presentation of the text of our resolution, allow me to say one special thanks to all members of the draft committee. I understood it was a long discussion and a very hard discussion, but we got a text. And so I will invite Mrs. Jane Mahmoud of the Maldives, rapporteur of the drafting committee on the emergency item, to present the report from the podium on the draft resolution on the item peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine, respecting international law, the Charter of the United Nations, and territorial integrity. You have the floor, please.
Mr. President and distinguished delegates, I'm here this morning to inform you of the outcome of deliberations of the drafting committee on the emergency item resolution, which met yesterday afternoon on the 22nd of March. The item before you is the outcome of a proposal submitted by the delegation of New Zealand. The title of the resolution before this assembly reads as follows: Peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine, respecting international law, the Charter of the United Nations, and territorial integrity. On the morning of 22nd March, the plenary debate on the resolution provided the opportunity for exchanges of genuine and growing alarm among all participants. We heard many interventions from the floor, and there were undisputed agreements that the war in Ukraine is a human tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a matter of great concern for all of us across the world. We agree, too, that in order to preserve world peace, it was critical to live up to our commitments as enshrined in international law. We heard a clear call for parliaments and parliamentarians to play their role and act now. We agreed that we needed to look forward constructively and find avenues for de-escalation and peaceful resolution. The IPU in particular, as the global organization of parliaments, should play a key role in mediation efforts, facilitating dialogue. The delegations represented on the drafting committee were those of Belarus, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Mexico, Poland, South Africa, the United Kingdom, Uruguay, and my own, the Maldives. I thank Ms. Marcela Guerra from Mexico for her capable chairing of the committee proceedings and getting us through several trying moments. I also thank the committee for its work that saw us overcoming differences and finding compromise. The session allowed us to exchange and build consensus, the end objective for all of us being to contribute to a peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. I believe we bridged most gaps and differences. I must note, however, that a colleague from South Africa expressed reservations on some items, which we have taken good note of. While we may have differences of opinion on certain terminology, I believe that we can all agree that any aggression, war, or conflict against human beings is just wrong and inflicts untold human costs. The result of our drafting committee deliberations, Mr. President, is a resolution that reflects the genuine alarm of the world parliamentary community to the crisis in Ukraine and offers avenues on the way forward. It deplores the use of force and the violation of the basic principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, including the need to respect the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity recognized by all UN member states. The resolution calls for full compliance of international humanitarian law and the provision of humanitarian aid to alleviate the dire hardships faced by the Ukrainian people. It also calls for the establishment of humanitarian corridors for the safe passage of civilians, as well as respect for the human rights of refugees in line with UN conventions. It places particular emphasis on the situation of women, children, the elderly, and disabled, and calls for an active participation of women in resolution efforts. It encourages all parliaments to deploy their utmost efforts and jointly support all peaceful efforts to de-escalate the current situation, which is a very dangerous one, not just for the region, but for the entire world. It echoes calls of many participants of the debate and drafting committee yesterday for sincere parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy, which is at the heart of IPU's work. It proposes mechanisms within the IPU to facilitate a feasible, peaceful solution and calls for concrete parliamentary action, including between and with the parliaments of Ukraine and Russian Federation. Mr. President, we have a clear resolution that calls for a peaceful resolution of the war and an end to the devastating toll it's taking. and I commend it to this Assembly for adoption.
Again, thank you so much, Madam Reporter, but also all the members of the draft committee for your work and for the conclusions that was possible to achieve. So, I invite the delegates to adopt the resolution. I would like to recall that according with our statutes, after the adoption, if a delegation has a reservation, may present it, but we need to adopt first the resolution. And so, if there is no objections, I will declare this resolution adopted.
Delegation there, I will let you know. We will hear explanations of vote after the vote. I will let you know.
I am seeing some countries that wish to express the reservations. Of course, it is one right from our statutes. And so, United Arab Emirates, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. We would like to thank the drafting committee for all its efforts. The UAE's parliament has reservations on the items 2, 3, 4, and 8. Thank you very much.
United Arab Emirates.
Assalamu alaikum. نشكر لجنة الصياغة على كل جهود.
Assalamu alaikum. We would like to thank the drafting committee for all of its efforts. The UAE's parliamentary section has reservations on items 2, 3, 4, and 8 of the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. South Africa.
Thank you very much. With me.
South Africa, please.
No, thank you very much, Chair. It looks like this microphone is not good. Thank you very much, Chair. It's perhaps better that we give context of the areas of disagreement that happened in the drafting committee in terms of finalizing this resolution. And the basis of these disagreements is based on two parts of the resolution. One which states that we are reaffirming the IPU's willingness to impartially mediate for a peaceful resolution and to listen to all parties in the hostilities. But two, a commitment that says that there must be an establishment of a task force of the IPU in the situation in Ukraine to facilitate the role of parliaments in formulating feasible solutions, which must be peaceful. That is the basis upon which we object to. We are saying that because the primary and sole role at formative level of the Inter-Parliamentary Union is arbitration of conflict. If you're going to arbitrate conflict, you're going to mediate conflict, you can't make conclusive and final remarks about the parties that are involved in conflict. There are certain objectionable statements that are made in the resolutions that can be contended. It doesn't matter whether they are factually true or not. What is of matter is the fact that they are objectionable and will weaken the integrity
of the IPU from mediating on the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. To wholly say that the Russian Federation is using artilleries and missiles to destroy civilian units and population, it is using missiles to destroy medical units and personnel, will not be an adequate basis for a mediation, because the Russian Federation, like it was done at the beginning of this conference, will express a view that the IPU already has passed a judgment on its activities without having created a platform for mediation. I want to remind you in conclusion, President, that in the 111th Assembly of the IPU, which took place in Geneva, there was an ongoing war in Iraq, which was led by the United States and the coalition partners. In the resolution of the IPU in that assembly, there was not even one accusatory or conclusive statement that was made against the United States and its allies, because the IPU had set itself a task of mediation. We do not think that in the manner in which this resolution is phrased and in the manner in which it is being presented here, there will be an adequate and believable impartial space for the IPU to lead mediation in the Russia-Ukraine war. That is why we reject the manner in which this draft resolution is presented. We must not present a picture that there's unanimity in the manner in which this is phrased. There is no unanimity. We cannot be forced to be part of a master narrative that reinforces the views of certain countries, particularly in Western Europe and the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to Bahrain, I will say that the resolution was already adopted, and the majority of the draft committee agrees on that and also refer to facts and not imagination. Now to Bahrain. Bahrain.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to reiterate the stance of Bahrain. There should be a positive and neutral role for the IPU when it comes to international issues, especially this important issue that has a lot of repercussions on our region, on the region and on the world. In this context, we support our brothers in the UAE when it comes to items number 2, 3, and 4. We need a more neutral stance by the IPU. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Turkey.
I didn't ask for the floor, but if you would like me to speak, I can. No
Okay,
problem. But I'm here.
No, I saw it was a mistake
no
from me.
No problem.
Apologize. Syria.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, given the fact that the draft resolution does not achieve the required balance, and because it only gives responsibility to one partner and not the other in this crisis, again, we reject and we have reservations on the whole draft resolution, and we reiterate the importance of having a dialogue between both parties. We hope that our stance would be reflected in this meeting recommendation. Mr. President, with all due respect, we shouldn't be biased to one political stance, and we shouldn't give up on neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you. Belarus.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to...
أود أن أطلب منكم من فضلكم أن تضعوا في محضر لقائنا هذا ما يلي. بيلاروسيا شاركت في لجنة الصياغة، ولكن ذلك يعني أن بيلاروسيا تتفق مع القرار ونحن نرفض القرار. شكرا.
China.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Chinese delegation expresses reservation on some paragraphs and rhetorics in the resolution, which in fact fail to reflect the views many countries hold. Whatever the circumstances, there is always a need for political courage to create space for peace and leave room for political settlement. It is imperative the parties involved demonstrate political will and find a proper way and solution through dialogue and negotiation. Other parties can and should create conditions to that end, not to add fuel to the fire. Please bear with me a minute. The Chinese delegation would like to emphasize some of the principles which not be reflected in this resolution. The sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries must be respected. The purposes and the principles of UN Charter must be fully observed. The legitimate security concerns of all countries must be taken seriously, and all efforts that are conducive to the peaceful settlement of the crisis must be supported. Also, there is a need to take a long-term perspective, actively follow the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, and encourage the parties concerned to engage in equal-footed dialogue and seek to put in place a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security architecture in line with the principle of indivisibility of security, so as to safeguard peace in Europe and the peace in the world at large. I thank you very much.
Thank you. China is my Latin name on the list. If anything? Okay, New Zealand. So, Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Overall, the draft resolutions reflects the international law, UN Charter, and parliamentary diplomacy. But however, our position has been made clearly the other day. So we would like to put abstentions to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate the drafting committee for tackling what I can call a very difficult proposition in coming up with a resolution that is balanced. However, paragraphs 2, 3, 4, 8, and 9 indicate that you cannot talk peace and peaceful resolution at the same time condemning one party and you say you want these two parties to come to the peace table negotiation as you condemn one party. Like what South Africa has done, has said, a reference to the attack in Iraq, for example, the attack also in Libya. We did not condemn the forces from the West that attacked Libya and killed Colonel Gaddafi. We did not condemn the Western forces who attacked Iraq and destabilized that country and killed Saddam Hussein. We must be seen to carry the principles of dialogue, of arbitration, like the founders of this organization, Kramer and Passy. If you look at the First World War and the Second World War, when the discussions for peaceful resolution to end these two wars did not start by condemning any party, but they recognized that there was a crisis, there was a need to have peace, and that was the point of departure. And as a result, they met during the First World War, all contending parties, and agreed that the war must end. They didn't condemn anybody. The Second World War, the contending parties met, they didn't start by condemning anybody. And if IPU is to maintain its neutrality, and indeed to be seen to be honest in sending a delegation that will bring the two parties together, then its efforts may not be taken seriously by the other parties. And also, we shouldn't forget that there are issues of expansionism of the Western world through Ukraine. The role of NATO cannot be downplayed. These are some of the factors that must be put into consideration. Accordingly, Mr. President, I put forward Zimbabwe's reservation, and I can see that we may not succeed in bringing the two parties together if we start on the premise of condemning one party without any reservation. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Now, to finish this moment, New Zealand.
Assalamu alaikum, tēnā koutou katoa, Mr. President, dear friends and colleagues. Thank you very much to our drafters from all geopolitical groups. I would like to acknowledge our rapporteur, Ms. Mahmood. Your agreement of the facts of the situation is clear. United we stand, united in our commitment to working for peace, for democracy, for human rights, for sustainable development, for people and planet, for all, so we leave no one behind. As a principle, for dialogue to begin peacefully, the attacker, Russia, must stop. For the defender, Ukraine, to meet them at the negotiations table in good faith. Again, I acknowledge Ukraine, Indonesia, for their work on the initial architecture of this emergency item, and architecture grounded in our rules-based international system. These principles were designed to ensure global peace and security, mutually beneficial economies, and good governance. The commitment to these principles will help all of us to be good global citizens. Finally, to the people of Ukraine and to our colleague Lesia Vasilenko, kia kaha, stay strong. We will all do what we can to support your citizens, to support your parliamentarians, to support your government, to help facilitate a peaceful resolution of the war in your beautiful country.
Are noted and will be expressed in the minutes of our meeting, but the resolution was adopted by consensus about the war in Ukraine. And allow me to express that point 14 asks to IPU to establish a task force on situation in Ukraine to facilitate the role of parliaments in formulating feasible, peaceful solutions. The president of IPU will make contacts with the geopolitical groups to organize this task force, because all geopolitical groups should be represented, of course, because this is something very important to achieve the dialogue between both parts, but the resolution was adopted and the continuation of what happened in Ukraine by the Russian Federation is done. And so we finish this point of our agenda and we go to the next one. Special accountability segment where we will follow up by members of IPU resolutions and other decisions. Dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians, this segment is very easy. We have already one list of parliamentarians as to wish to take the floor. I will express what is the rationale of this segment. As we did today, we approved in one assembly one resolution. This is a commitment of IPU, but also a commitment of each one of us. And so it's important to come back after it in our next assembly to ask what each one of us have done in accordance with the resolutions that we approved. Because we don't want just a paper to be happy, but something that should be implemented. And so this is why we decide to have this segment, to ask the accountability that is important to the organization, but also to the members, parliament, and each one of us in person. May I say that in Madrid, during the last assembly, we approved several resolutions. And so it's time to discuss what we did with the resolutions we approved. And the first one, the Madrid Declaration, allow me, now we have the Madrid Declaration, Contemporary Challenge to Democracy, Overcoming Division and Building Community, the resolution on legislation worldwide to combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse, the resolution on harnessing global parliamentary support for vaccine equity in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, and decisions on human rights of parliamentarians. And so it's time to ask each one what had done with this resolution. The first member that asked the floor are from Indonesia. Please, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Test. Her Excellency, President of the IPU, Dr. Puan Maharani, His Excellency, President of the IPU, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, Excellency Speaker of the Parliament Member of IPU, Honorable Delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and peace be upon us. At the outset, kindly allow me to congratulate IPU for holding this special accountability segment. We believe this segment will contribute to our collective effort to reinforce and sustain a culture of accountability and trust within the IPU. We are excited to report that in line with the spirit of democracy in the Madrid Declaration, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia is doing the utmost effort to uphold a system to democratic governance. Under the vision of an open parliament, we ensure every choice counts by maintaining unrestricted citizen access, including in-person audience with the MP, live streaming channels, legislation information system, we will have a better policy process and oversight. We also promote the use of evidence in policy making and strengthen our expert support system. We enhance our method of public consultation and maintain inclusiveness. Hence, the view of the people concerned by legislation and policy can be taken into account. On another decision taken in Madrid on the vaccine equity, we also relentlessly support our government effort to ensure equitable access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable medicine and vaccine. In the past assembly, Indonesia has been sponsor emergency item on Myanmar and Palestine. To the date, we still commit to encourage feasible solution to a political crisis in Myanmar that has been escalating into multidimensional human crisis of health and economy. On the issue of Palestine, we are relentless encouraging the international community to remain resolute in their commitment to safeguard the two-state solution on the basis of the international agreed parameter. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Now, Nepal. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Is anyone checking if these people are in the room?
I am not seeing Nepal.
Maybe we can announce the video from Paraguay.
Okay. We will go to Paraguay. Will be done in two ways, one speech and one intervention by Senator Blas Leno, but also with a presentation of a small video. I think that you prefer the video first.
Gracias, presidente. Son una fotografía.
Thank you, Chair. There's some photographs, but I'll present my report as well. Greetings to the President, Secretary General, and all colleagues at this 144th IPU Assembly. The commitment to youth people and linking them to the public space is a key dimension for understanding youth participation in society. And so they can express their opportunities and their hopes for a shared future. The current debate on youth in public space about where young people can have exchanges and how they can form relationships with one another. Also, the plans they have for the future. And so the public space, of course, needs to be a space for expression and participation. That is to say, a space for citizenship, which provides a space for mediation between, on the one hand, the individual or personal experience and those who form part of the political structure, and young people who form part of a new generation as a pillar for constructively building citizenship. As politicians at the moment, we need to create spaces for involvement, to create a comfortable ecosystem for participation and exchanging ideas, plans, and most importantly, to drive initiatives and we need to pride them with economic support, which can be a key barrier to effective involvement of young people in decision-making spaces. Over the past decade, the IPU has empowered young leaders and political leaders to empower young people in order that we can represent all generations. From 2010, the International Framework for Youth Participation and Democracy and the Youth Parliamentary Forum give us new faces in the political process. Now, in Grulac, we have carried out concrete action within the campaign I Say Yes, which is an IPU campaign. As president of IPU in Grulac, and in Paraguay, we have taken an initial step in an event where more than 5,000 young people coming from all different areas in the country have participated in a national camp for I Say Yes to young parliamentarians, along with municipalities, with an aim to building capacities for a global goal on a local level, working in teams, sharing experiences and discussing ideas. And these were the key ideas for this meeting. They are a key force because they have hope at this unique stage in life. We need to ensure that they have the power they want, and they cannot be excluded or excluded by poverty, because that is a great obstacle for those who have least. The role of young people needs to be recognised, and we need to ensure that they participate on the political scene as equals. We need to ensure they are able to use their power for development. We need to take measures that reach young people and respond to their concerns and conform with their expectations to find their place in society. The future of democracy depends on young people. Thank you very much, Chair.
I will ask Senator.
Sí.
¿Es para pasar el video?
Do you want us to put the video up? They're photos.
From Sweden, our Vice President Cecilia Whitegreen, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, transparency, accountability, openness lie in the hearts of concerns being dealt by for citizens, for institutions, and for organizations. Parliaments and parliamentarians have a key role in all societies to work hard, to uphold, to emphasize, and to further work with accountability, openness, and transparency. Therefore, Mr. President, with a new IPU strategy for 5-year plan, it is really up for a modern multilateral organization to make sure that that relevance will be even further ongoing. This is a continuous work, and therefore the governing bodies decided to put a working group forward on openness, transparency, and accountability. All geopolitical groups are in that work now, and as we speak, we work with a roadmap to make sure that we will be even more transparent in our governance and within our different project administration. It is a roadmap work that has now started. We have a few proposals already on a discussion level. One of them is, of course, evaluation and monitoring, making sure that any MP engaged within the IPU can continuously look at through the objectives and see that there is transparency and accountability. For that, I hope all members continue to be engaged and contribute to that work. So please feel free to contact the working group on transparency, openness, and accountability to further strengthen IPU as a relevant and modern organization. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And also thank you for all efforts to achieve more transparency in our organization, doing by the Subcommittee on Finance and now also from this group of transparency. In Nepal, Mr. Speaker, they received the information that Arrowhead, yes, Mr. Speaker, we have the floor, please. It's from, they will give you a microphone. Yes. if you are, it's better to go to the other country and came back to Nepal.
यस सत्रका सभाध्यक्षज्यू कोभिड-19 ले विज्ञान
Chair of the session, COVID-19 has tested science, medicine, technology, innovation, human resilience, and the strength of parliamentary democracies and parliamentary systems. No one was prepared for virus, and in the last decades, this is the pandemic that left no one behind. The high-level engagement of people's representatives in Nepal was conceptualized to boost the flow of information and bidirectional communication behind the COVID-19 risks. The overarching strategic concept of this series is to generate high-level support to the government effort through elected officials of the people against COVID-19. As the chairperson of the National Assembly of the Federal Parliament of Nepal, my office took the leadership of convening the Ministry of Health and Population, lead as organizer, and WHO Nepal provide all the necessary technical assistance for the nationwide briefing series. As we all know, elected leaders have a significant influence over the public, and they are considered the trusted source of information. Taking advantage of this, a year before the Madrid Declaration of the IPU, we set out to brief all 7 provincial parliament of Nepal regarding the risks of COVID-19 virus. Hereby, I want to acknowledge to you that this initiative cut across party lines for the people. This is the only initiative in Nepal on COVID-19 that has brought together elected officials across the political spectrum. As Nepal Constitution mandate equal representation of genders by default, this briefing has a strong presence of women parliamentarians. By the time of the briefing, vaccines against COVID-19 were on the horizon, and the race was to maximize vaccination coverage. But again, Nepal has been the fortunate beneficiary of global solidarity, and many of our international friends respond to our appeal for vaccines. Both our initiative of Nepal capture well spirit of the landmark resolution on the hastening global parliamentary support for vaccine equity in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic adopted at the 143 Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union in Madrid. Just last month, we launched a new series of briefing for parliamentarians with focus on vaccination and risk communication and community engagement. The successful briefing for the speakers, deputy speakers and secretaries of all the 7 parliaments of Nepal ended with a signed declaration of commitment by the participant for the equal distribution of the vaccines. The parliamentary response to the COVID-19 pandemic has exemplified the importance of committed leader as the helm of parliament. We have helped ensure inclusive and democratic solution to an unprecedented global health emergency through exceptional measure legislation, stimulus packages, and government managed and spending monitoring. My office and our partners at WHO will be happy to help other parliaments launch similar dialogue initiative. However, parliaments can afford the luxury of ignorance and intellectual laziness. We must embrace science and based decisions that impact the well-being of our population on solid evidence, and we must be prepared to be accountable for the words we utter in public. My team and I prepare to take this initiative further through an annual engagement program with parliamentarians. At last, our experience shows that the combined effort of Parliament with WHO is more effective towards the health of the public health. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Speaker, now Mrs. Baldwin from UK.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And as a founding member of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the UK is honoured to speak in this debate on accountability. The IPU was founded as a global organisation of national parliaments working for peace, democracy, human rights and development. And I would like to thank our friends from Indonesia for their excellent hosting of the 144th
conference. In our Parliament, every year since 1909, we have sent an annual report on our activities to our Parliament. We maintain accountability democratically by electing our chair every year, by electing our executive, and we believe that one of the most important principles is that parliaments are institutions, but that the views of parliamentarians will change, will lead opinion, will reflect the mandate of our people. And we think that that is why it's so important that we have an emergency item at every conference. The emergency item that we passed in Madrid was about the universal access to vaccines. And I'm pleased to report that our Parliament has held many debates on this subject. It's a topic of live discussion in the UK Parliament, how we can do more to help. Another example is that we were able to provide a very expert MP about our upcoming online harms bill, who was able to contribute to the debate the IPU was having. We also always report back the outcomes of every assembly to our Foreign Secretary, and we pay particular attention to the work of the Committee for the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Mr. President, we very much welcome your statement that views that are expressed in parliaments may not always be welcome by everybody. They may indeed be views that not everyone agrees with. This is normal for Parliament. This is the role of Parliament. Parliament comes from the word to speak about issues. And that's why we welcome your statement, Mr. President, that people should feel free as members of Parliament to express their views within their Parliament without fear of sanction and reprisal from other countries. Mr. President, this is democracy at work. This is accountability to Parliament at work. This is discussion of current items through emergency debates. I welcome this opportunity the UK has had to work with other parliaments on this Assembly's emergency item, and I very much welcome the opportunity to go and report back to my Parliament on what we have agreed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Now, Mr. Salman, First Deputy Speaker of Bahrain.
Thank you, Mr. President. شكرا جزيلا. السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, with regards to the general debate and different statements with relation to the modern challenges that are facing democracy in order to overcome divisions and to build society and to link people to their democratic institutions. The declaration in this sense has mentioned that it is necessary to give the opportunity to people to be engaged in the work of the democratic institutions in order to preserve democracy, in order to have an organized interaction between parliaments and people that would build the trust and help people to carry out their interests in order to formulate public policies while concentrating on the view of youth. There are many proposals which were taken into account by Bahrain, and because of time I am going to mention here two proposals. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Bahrain has organized the second version of the Youth Parliament in November 2021, where we have discussed the most important issues related to youth, which was characterized by speech of the representative of the king representing youth. Fawziya bint Abdullah, the Speaker of the Parliament, and other ministers in our government had discussed a number of issues, and this has included a question about the plan of the Ministry of Labour and Social Development for the employment of youth. and also a bill of law also, and there are many proposals which were discussed during the hearing, and this is related to the different issues or youth issues. And therefore there was an intensive program which organized for youth during 1 week in the form of lectures about the different legislative processes and the importance of work in different parliamentary committees and the encouragement of engaging in these committees by youth, and also the simulation of the different meetings of different committees and training about the presence in different hearings and sessions of the Parliament. And this is in implementation of the vision of His Majesty the King of Bahrain in supporting and empowering youth and encouraging the participation in all the different issues that relate to democracy and parliamentary culture. There is another decision about the legislation that are related to the sexual abuse of children. The Bahrain Kingdom has supported different efforts in order to protect the rights of children. Hamad bin Isa Al Khifa, the king, and his vision has participated positively to the development of the situation of children in Bahrain. And the Parliament has also issued different legislations that are related to the rights of children. In this regard, the reformist justice in Bahrain law has entered into force on last August. And this is a leading step in the system of justice and protection of children's rights. Another success story that we add to the achievements that are continuously taking place in Bahrain. And also, we have also set up the justice courts for children in order to deal with the different crimes that are perpetrated by children in order of more than 15 years old. And at the moment of the crime and the setup of the judiciary child committee, in order to deal with the different crimes that are referred to the court in this sense. And there was also the protection of children from the mistreatment through the setup of a center of child's rights as an institution that depends of the ministry. And also, we dealt with different negative issues that would impact on children that relates to the sexual abuse of children through internet and through different communication tools that are violating the general public order. And there are also aspects that relate to the endangering of children with the prohibition of publishing any information about children without the authorization of the court or the general prosecution or any pertinent committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Dayal Ram from India.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, the world community continues to grapple with the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. While the initial phase of the pandemic saw containment of the disease as primary focus through lockdowns, the subsequent phases saw the action shifting to mass vaccinations. From the very beginning, India has always believed that the pandemic threatens the entire humanity and that the rightful response would therefore be a collective one. We agree with the Inter-Parliamentary Union resolution on harnessing global parliamentary support for vaccine equity in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. India's policy is governed by the age-old maxim of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. We Indians are all naturally internationalists by virtue of our culture, tradition, heritage, and history. Here I would like to recall our Prime Minister Narendra Modi's statement at the 75th anniversary of UN in September 2020, where he affirmed that India's vaccine production capacity will be used to help humanity in fighting the virus. Friends, since the outbreak of the pandemic, we emphasized on the imperative of collaboration to overcome the inimical health and economic impact of the virus. In the initial method of the pandemic, we ramped up production of essential medicines as well as PPE kits, ventilators, and masks. It should be noted that at the start of the pandemic, India's production capacity to manufacture such equipment was negligible. However, India was very quickly able to significantly augment its production competence to not only meet its own domestic requirements, but also emerge as a significant exporter of these items. Our domestic vaccination program started in January 2020, and within a few days, we also started helping our immediate neighbors. We started external supplies of Made in India COVID-19 vaccine under Vaccine Mati initiative. Till 16 March 2022, India has supplied more than 160 million vaccine doses to 98 countries. Friends, the COVID vaccine is available free of cost for all citizens of the country aged 18 years and above, irrespective of their socio-economic status, at all government COVID-19 vaccine centers. We have also undertaken Har Ghar Dastak campaign from 3rd November 2021 until date, that is 23rd March 2022, India has administered 1.81 billion doses, with over 75% of the eligible population receiving full vaccination. At our peak, we administered 25 million doses in a day, a world record. India has taken the initiative to conduct customized COVID-19 specific training program for several countries, and also making available COVID-19 mitigation technologies, solutions, and products. Distinguished parliamentarians present here in this august assembly can now see that there is at least one major nation that truly believes in making vaccines accessible and affordable to others in dire need. Our mutual cooperation and collective actions will be crucial in bringing for vaccine equity in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ecuador, Ms. Wilma Morales.
Vilma Andrade. Gracias. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair, Secretary General of the IPU, dear colleagues. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, which without doubt will allow us to exchange experiences that we've had within the IPU and which will lead us to inclusive parliamentarism. Here in the Ecuadorian delegation, we're committed to sharing within our country the challenges and progress made in parliamentary democracy that we have achieved in this 144th IPU Assembly in Indonesia. I'd like to take this opportunity to briefly tell you about female and young political participation in my country, in Ecuador. In Ecuador, we have been constantly increasing female participation in the parliament. In 1978, we were barely 7% in terms of women participation. In 1998, 14%. And since the quota law, which aimed to guarantee 50% on political lists, alternating between men and women, by 2006 it increased to 26%. In 2008, our constitution guaranteed gender parity, and In 2009, we achieved 34%. In 2017 and 2018, 38%. I have seen this transition as an MP in 2007, and now as a re-elected parliamentarian, we can see increased female participation. In 2020, female parliamentarians from all political parties came together to make significant changes to the electoral law and the law on political organisations in Ecuador, called the Democracy Code. We set compulsory percentages for political participation for young people and women, which is the only way to incentivise participation among those who belong to indigenous communities or Afro-descendant populations. Both when presenting candidates, also on electoral lists, as well as involvement in leading political organisations. In all of these settings, in 2021, we had 15%. We need 15% by 2023, higher still, and later on we aim to reach 50% of women. And in the same year, we will enforce joint inscription of man, woman, or woman, man. And there have been sanctions for political violence with the permanent suspension of political rights and fines up to $20,000. The Democracy Code forces political organisations to involve young people with a quota at no under than 25% on every single list. Also, political organisations need to include young people in their leading organisations, the same percentage. It's essential that women and young people are in decision-making places. Over 4 years, I went from being president of a political party where I've become a leader of a political party, and I've gone from being the only woman in it. Similarly, in Parliament, we want to ensure that all managing bodies of the National Assembly and commissions have gender parity. With these reforms, in the 2023 elections, those who sign up need to have gender parity, that is to say, man, woman, woman, man. I believe that only when we have an equal society will we be able to talk about true democracy. Thank you very much. And I hope that all of these regulations that I've shared with you here can help female and youth participation in all parliaments that make up this great organisation of the IPU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Morocco's Mrs. Lassie.
Yeah.
Oui, c'est ça.
Thank you,
c'est là.
President.
Madame,
Thank you for
s'il
giving
vous plaît.
Morocco the opportunity to talk. إخواني أخواتي البرلمانيين والبرلمان.
Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, peace be upon you. In parallel with the campaign about the gender-based violence, the Councillors' Chamber of our Parliament organized a study day in which we have the two speakers of the Parliament and the Ministry of Solidarity and the head of the Council of Human Rights and the presidency of the Speaker of the Councillors' Chamber in order to celebrate the combating of of violence against women on December 7th, 2021. This is a meeting in which we have invited all the parliamentary women in the two chambers and all the women organizations from different parties and different civil society organizations that are active in violence against women. We have the participation of Kanuti, the Vice President of the UIP, and this was a meeting that was about the presence of the different public policies. This was an opportunity in order to remind about the efforts of my country, Morocco, in terms of validating and upholding the rights of women, and in order to consecrate different parity aspects that are stipulated in the Moroccan constitution in order to enhance the presence of women in decision-making positions. I would like here to confirm that the will of His Majesty the King is coinciding with the will of the different modernist political parties and the feminist movement in Morocco and all the academia of Morocco. Despite the conservative wave that has dominated my country during 10 years of the Islamist and conservative party, Morocco was able, thanks to the orientations of His Majesty the King and the two movements, the political and the civil movement, Morocco was able to make a number of achievements in the field of the family law, in terms of the citizenship law, in terms of the law for combating violence against women, and in the field of increasing the political representation of women in the decision-making positions at the legislative and executive level. We know in Morocco that this is a common war, so that to implement the constitution and in order to harmonize our local legislation with the provisions of international conventions and covenants that Morocco has become bound to implement through its signature. I would like to mention today on this opportunity that we have been aware since the mid-80s that all the constraints in my country and all the forms of discrimination that is based on gender are things that are obstacles to the economic and social development of our society, and that equality between the sexes is not a matter of a luxury, but it is a main entry to the modern and democratic society. I would like to seize this opportunity in order to make a call to the IPU in order to intensify these bi-parliamentary meetings in order to do more advocacy for the improvement of the legislations that aim at equality between the sexes and in order to improve the situation in Morocco. I would like to seize this opportunity in order to make a call, in order to intensify this work. Today in our parliament we have talked about numerous issues and problems. We talked about wars and we talked about different hotspots in the world, and we have talked about climate change, and we have talked about pandemics that have threatened and that had actually toppled down all our assertions worldwide. Let me ask a question in the end. With what women we want to change the world? With what women we want to change the world? Excluded women, women victims of violence, or do we want strong and empowered women with their dignity who are benefiting from their rights? So we have to qualify our human capital, and we need to invest in the collective intelligence between man and woman if we want indeed to have a better world. Let us make our women part and parcel of the solution, and they are indeed part and parcel of the solution, and they have the capacity to be so, instead of making women a sort of burden for our public policies and part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to Ms. Kayumba Muti from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking on behalf of Zambia, I'm Honorable Chisenga. Mr. President, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to provide an update on the progress made towards the establishment and operationalization of a youth caucus in Zambia. You may recall that during the 143rd Assembly and related meetings, we as Zambia reported that we did not have a youth parliamentary caucus. Mr. President, I'm glad today to announce that the youth caucus has now been established, although it's in its infancy stage. The caucus aims to harness the youth population, which is established at 36.7% of the total population, the largest youth population in the history of our country, by providing them a platform to engage us as youth parliamentarians on several issues. In this regard, the caucus will focus on 4 key areas, and these are the following. 1, enhancing the capacity of youth parliamentarians so that they can effectively promote and debate youth issues on the floor of the House and in parliamentary committees. 2, the caucus will also leverage the advocacy role of the youth parliamentarians to urge the government and development partners to develop and implement youth-responsive policies and programs. In this respect, members of the caucus will be equipped to advocate for change in legislation, such as the introduction of youth quotas to increase youth representation in Parliament. 3, the caucus will further promote dialogue among political parties and communities on youth issues. 4, the caucus will also accord its members an opportunity to undertake benchmarking visits to other parliaments within the region and beyond for purposes of learning and sharing best practices on how to effectively advance youth interests in Parliament. Mr. President, you will be interested to note that the caucus is set to conduct an induction for its members in the coming few weeks. At the induction meeting, the Constitution and an action plan to guide its operations and programs will also be adopted. Furthermore, you will be happy to note that the caucus is foregoing collaborations with organizations that deal with youth issues within the country. This will enable the caucus to be more effective in achieving its objectives. Mr. President, as I conclude, allow me to thank the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly for the support rendered to the caucus so far. I also thank the IPU for its support towards the establishment of the caucus. In particular, the IPU has been very instrumental in the drafting of the Constitution. With such support from the IPU and other partners, we are certain that the caucus will achieve its intended objectives. With these few remarks, I beg to move.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Bundu, Speaker of the House of Parliament of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, my delegation would like to thank Indonesia immensely for hosting magnificently this very important assembly of the IPU. On gender equality, I'm glad to report that as current President of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Africa region, I encouraged the member states represented at the Executive Committee meeting in Accra, Ghana on the 8th March 2022, held in the shadows of the anniversary of the International Women's Day, to carry out a stock-taking of what has been achieved in empowering women and what still remains to be done. I also encourage them to implement all existing international obligations on gender equality. As the saying goes, charity begins at home. I recently accepted an invitation to be the guest speaker at the National Conference on Women convened by the very strong 50-50 group in Sierra Leone, where I implored them to take advantage of the decision of the government to conduct the next parliamentary election slated for 24th June 2023 by a system of proportional representation already embedded in the 1991 Constitution and known as the District Block Representation System. The conference resolved to accept my proposal. Applying that system, it is possible to envisage a new parliament born out of the 2023 election in Sierra Leone that is composed of at least 44 women, equivalent to 33%, a quantum leap from the present 11% women representation in our parliament. To this end, Mr. President, there is currently a gender empowerment bill going through the legislative process that will additionally significantly increase women representation in the executive branch of government as well as in the private sector. With regard to harnessing global parliamentary support for vaccine equity in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, the Emergency Response Center, NACOVAC, has intensified COVID-19 vaccination across the country. Everyone 18 years and over get the coronavirus vaccine. A house-to-house COVID-19 vaccination across the country was also introduced in December of 2021. On the 10th of January this year, a COVID-19 booster shot was approved for application to all frontline healthcare workers, people aged 60 years and above, and people with comorbidities in Sierra Leone. This vaccination process is still ongoing. The government, in collaboration with its partners, has set a target of reaching 70% of the general population with COVID-19 vaccination by the end of 2022. This was announced at a 5-day micro-planning exercise organized by the African Center for Disease Prevention and Control on the 25th February 2022. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by stating that the current conflict in Ukraine reminds us of an old African adage. When two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. And if I may add, even when they make love, it is still the grass that suffers. We in Sierra Leone solidarize with the people of Ukraine. We applaud their courage and empathize with them as the hapless victims of a senseless war between Russia and the West. A war that violates the Charter of the United Nations and all the hallowed principles of international law, that eschew the use of or threat of force by one member state of the United Nations against another. The war in Ukraine must therefore stop, not tomorrow, but right now. And we call on the parties to the conflict to find a peaceful settlement through negotiation. Finally, Mr. President, if there is one object lesson to be learned from this conflict, it is the fact that the present United Nations Security Council is grossly inadequate and impotent to end wars, and therefore needs urgent substantial reform. And the sooner this reform is done, the better it is for humankind. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now Thailand, from the Senate, Professor Tonskiring, Thailand.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My dear colleagues, allow me on behalf of Thai delegation to the 144 IPU Assembly to briefly present what Thailand has done during the past few years to follow up IPU decision regarding human rights in general and human rights of parliamentarians in particular. Firstly, as stipulated in its rule, the Thai IPU National Group, consisting of all Thai MP, holds a General Assembly at least once a year to review report of activities within the IPU, including the IPU decision on the case of human rights of parliamentarians from around the world. Secondly, after a major political change in Myanmar since last February, there was a mass movement of civilians fleeing violence and turmoil from Myanmar's side and seeking refuge in Thailand-Myanmar border. The President of the National Assembly of Thailand officially has written to the Thai Ministry of Foreign Affairs to reaffirm his advocacy of the non-reformer or non-reformant principle under the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugee, and that Thailand should not forcefully push those refugees back to danger. Thailand reiterates our commitment to humanitarianism according to the international human rights standard. As we have a long-standing tradition and experience in providing humanitarian assistance to displaced civilians who fled their homeland due to internal armed conflict and domestic instability, seeking temporary shelter in Thailand. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your leadership and attention.
Thank you, Professor. Now from Portugal, Ms. Hortense Martins.
Senhor Presidente, também tenho.
Chairman, it's a pleasure to welcome you on behalf of yourself and your colleagues, and I would like by stating that as a Member of Parliament, we are used to providing accounts and analyzing policies, and we voted unanimously to continue to work to find equity in administration of vaccines to fight this pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic threatened the world, but we were able to fight this illness through vaccines which were developed in record time. We know that the vaccine is essential to avoid deaths. Portugal has made major efforts to vaccinate all its population. We started with the most vulnerable, but today we have 93% of our population with at least one jab, and 81 has total vaccination. But colleagues, Portugal has gone beyond that. 60% of the population has had the booster shot as well. However, we believe that only when everybody is vaccinated will we be safe. Portugal has defended, and the members of parliament has defended, a policy to share vaccines with all countries. Access to vaccines in an equitable fashion is fundamental, and so we are committed to achieving that objective. Portugal has donated 7.5 million jabs of COVID-19 vaccines, over and beyond our original objective. And Most of those were handed over to Portuguese-speaking African countries and to East Timor. We underline the work that these countries have done to vaccinate their population. This solidarity is essential because health for everybody and access to protection for all is essential. The investment in health systems has to be strengthened so that we can fight this pandemic with human resources, with intensive medicine, with tests, because we know that in the future we will have more pandemics and we have to be better coordinated. As the Secretary General of the United Nations mentioned, Antonio Guterres, we have a risk of the pandemic continuing, and inequality in distribution will continue between rich and poor countries. So we have to strengthen solidarity and improve access to vaccine distribution for all, but also to its effective administration to people. Portugal is committed to this, but in the case of refugees and immigrants, and also of those who are arriving in our borders because of this war, the refugees from Ukraine are, like other refugees, are entitled to being vaccinated once they arrive. We defend health for all, equity, it's free, universal, and has to be increasingly more accessible. Dear colleagues, we have to be more effective in this fight to avoid deaths. We are going to continue down the road of solidarity because the pandemic hasn't finished and others will arrive. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Obrigada.
And now I will ask if someone, if I fail in my list, and if there is another country that wish to raise the floor. No? Okay. So, dear colleagues, we came to an end to this point, this special segment about accountability, and I will express three ideas, allow me. First of all, in April, a questionnaire will be sent to the parliaments to prepare the annual report 2022 that will be present in Kigali. Please participate because it's important that the report has so many answers as possible to represent the reality of our world. Second, this follow-up of the resolutions that we will approve tomorrow will happen in Kigali. So this segment will be repeated because the accountability is essential in our organization. And this way, all countries that wish to participate need to do the job, to implement the measures, debates, any kind of actions that may be incorporated in our resolutions during the next months, because in Kigali we came back asking the floor about what you have done with the resolutions we approved in Nusa Dua. And finally, because it's important not to have surprises, next time we will have one presentation on the screen with the names of the countries that answer our inquiry and with the names that did not answer the inquiries. And so, if you wish to be in our first group, be aware that it is important to participate, because this is transparency in all levels in our organization. And so, with this information, dear colleagues, we finish our work today. We came back tomorrow 9 a.m. to the Governing Council. I will ask Secretary General if there is any information. No information? Okay. No information to report to you. We came back to the Governing Council at 9 a.m. and afterwards to the final assembly, one sitting of the assembly, to approve the resolutions and to have the closing ceremony. Thank you, rest, and we will see tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you so much.